black folk will be going into that underclass structure starting in about another 2 years. Once we go into it, we'll be locked and frozen in it by the year 2013 or 2010, that general time frame. You got, we got, all of us got about 2 years to either get our act together or hang it up. If we don't do some very specific things in that next 2 year period, we will not get out of it, and window's going to close on us. Now, what's going to drive us into this underclass structure? First of all, are the legacies of slavery and Jim Crowism. We're still bearing the burdens and the scars. They were never corrected. That's one of the failings of our leadership in this country. They had the nerve, the audacity to let black folks suffer for 460 years. And at the end of the civil rights movement, rather than going back and saying, let's find out what has happened to black folk for 460 years. Have they been psychologically, emotionally, politically, educationally damaged? Nobody spent 1 minute of time trying to figure out what had happened to black folk over all that period of time. So in the course of the civil rights movement, at the end of it, they say, well, let's pretend that nothing has happened to them, that they were not injured, they were not hurt. And now let's go seek integration and pretend that we're all equal. Now that was grossly unfair, because by that point in time, and by the 1966 period, whites had become economic giants in America. They owned and controlled everything at that point in time. Black folk didn't own anything. Whites controlled almost 100% of all the wealth, the income, the privileges, the businesses, the resources, and all levels of government. Blacks had nothing. Blacks were 1-foot midgets. And they allowed us then to use integration to walk from our communities, from our ghettos over in their communities, totally disarmed, not understanding anything, blind, naked, and then saying that you can go and compete. Compete with what? And that's what's happening in South Africa right now, where you have black folk now who have been totally subjected to the most brutal form of legal and economic slavery around the world for almost 300 years in South Africa, where whites in South Africa control almost 100% of all the gold mines, the diamond mines, the chrome, the bauxite, the magnesium, the land, the businesses, the farms, the animals. And now in South Africa, they've been told that they're free. Now, anybody in his right mind would have said, hold it a second. Now, if there's been a reform in South Africa, since whites have gotten everything and blacks got nothing, you should have seen on the news a massive flux of whites trying to get out of South Africa. If there's going to be any significant real change, wouldn't you agree? Somebody would have been trying to get out of there. The airports would have been jammed. And you all haven't heard a peep. You know why? Because nothing is changing. Because in South Africa, the dominant, arrogant white society that's been so brutal to black folks still owns and controls 100% of all the gold mines, diamond mines, silver mines, chrome, bauxite. And they're telling those South Africans, you can now compete. And that's the problem in black America. We've been told now that we can compete, and I say, well, with what? And by going into our underclass structure, going to be 7 converging factors going to push us. To get my little summary up. 1, we're going to have an increased amount of conservatism in the country, and I'm going to talk about conservatism in a few minutes. 2, we're going to have a massive, unending influx of immigrants into the country. They're going to push us down. We have been the number 2 population in America now for over 460 years. We're going to get kicked out of being number 2 and going down to number 3. When are we going to go down to number 3? We're going to go down to number 3 in less than 2 years. Now, when I wrote my book about 4 or 5 years ago, Hispanics at that time were 9% of the population. They've now moved in 6 years from 9% up to 11%. Blacks were 12.3% 6 years ago. They're still at 12.3%. Now you got Hispanics at 11 and blacks at 12.3. According to the Census Bureau 2 weeks ago in Washington, D.C., they anticipate Hispanics passing blacks right on time, as I had predicted. Now, Wall Street Journal, the left-hand column 2 weeks ago, on the left-hand side of the page, I can send it to you if you want, it says that when Hispanics pass black people, at that time, the whole political structure will shift gears. There'll be a power shift in America. That nobody's going to go to black folk to ask them anything anymore because you're no longer the dominant minority population. They're already preparing for this. They're already creating all kinds of major programs around the country where they will go and check with Hispanics about anything they want to know about minorities. Black folk will get their information through the Hispanic Society. Then by the year 2005, the Asians are going to pass black folk. Then you're going to get kicked from being number 3 down to number 4. At that point in time, you're locked in and frozen because everything you need will have to pass through those 2 groups. And those 2 groups do not have your interest at heart. They don't understand your problems and don't care about it. If you can't compete, they're going to say that's tough. And so what we're going to try to do today in dealing with just that one issue, as well as conservatism and the problems of technology in America that's also going to make us push us in the underclass, is to teach you how to compete. We got to understand we got these problems, but you got to understand where the problems came from. And I want to give you a real fast education today, because the real clue to liberation is not only education, it's re-education. And that's what we're going to talk about this morning. I'm going to show you how we got into our dilemma and how we must get out of it. Nothing has happened to black folk by accident. Everything that's happened to you has been systematically programmed through what I call social engineering. You are a victim of historical social engineering. Now let's go back and start dealing with some of these issues. And a lot of this would you also find covered in my book, Black Labor, White Wealth, and the other 2 books I got coming out this year. One is called Dirty Little Secrets, and the big one is called Powernomics. How do you do it? And Powernomics, if you want to know what Powernomics is, because I'm going to talk about it a little later, Powernomics is teaching my people a new way of seeing, thinking, and behaving. And that's what the whole thing will be about this morning. You got to change the way you're seeing and thinking and behaving. Why? Because I said we've been locked into an underclass structure, because we got 2 major problems in America. One problem is that maldistribution of wealth and resources that I told you about that's in South Africa and America, where whites own and control everything. That's your number 1 problem. The second problem we're going to talk about this morning is the inappropriate behavior pattern of black folk. Those are the only 2 problems you have. I don't care what anybody else talks about in America. It's not worthwhile wasting your time. The problem in America is not drug abuse, crime, low-income housing, public housing, food stamps, welfare, teenage pregnancy. Those are symptoms of a problem. The symptoms are the fact that you don't own and control anything to run you and control your lives. That's the problem. And the second thing is inappropriate behavior pattern. And before I get into inappropriate behavior patterns, let me define that for you. Now, in current day terms, I might call it the Rodney King syndrome. It's pretty familiar to most of you. That's when somebody pulls you out of a car, breaks your jaw, breaks 3 ribs, cracks 2, knocks out 2 teeth, gives you a concussion, breaks your wrist, breaks your kneecap, and stomps you, and you say, why can't we all get along? That is inappropriate behavior. Or if I'm in Detroit, Michigan, when I was there functioning as an assistant police commissioner during the riots, and I was working on riot possibilities and techniques in the city, I get a call down by some people who had been involved in a couple of murders. And he said, look, I didn't have anything to do with it, Anderson. I just there, I witnessed it. I said, what happened? Well, you see, they'd had a disturbance in Detroit, Michigan, and the police broke into a motel and found 2 black boys in there with some white girls. And they didn't like that, even though they were in a black neighborhood. They had paid for the room. It was their right and privilege to be wherever they wanted to be. It was between them and God. But the police officers were white. They were very disturbed about this. So what they did, they took those 2 boys on a Friday, and they beat them all day Friday. They beat them all day Saturday. Then by Sunday, they had gotten tired of beating them. They said, well, we just go ahead and kill them. And so one of the officers picked up a rifle, and hit the oldest black kid in the back of the head with a rifle. And the kid was only about 22 years of age. Hit him so hard that it knocked one eye completely out of socket and bulged the other eye and broke the rifle stock. And the poor kid fell on his knees and crawled around and found the broken stock of the rifle, and on his knees held it up and apologized for having a hard head. That is inappropriate behavior. The question should have been, why are you brutalizing me and killing me? What have I done to you? And so that's the kind of inappropriate behavior. It's what we've been systematically programming to displaying as black folk in a very highly competitive society. So what I want you all to start thinking about today and all throughout my speech today is not who you're against, but who you're for. I want you to understand that you're in a very highly competitive situation. You're going to be competing to survive and prosper. And that's what racism is all about. Contrary to what anybody tells you, and I just saw a definition of racism in the Washington Post last week by a noted columnist who's a conservative, and what he was really talking about was prejudice and discrimination. He wasn't talking about racism, but he was mystifying the word. That's why I finally figured out why he's always on the wrong side of an issue relating to black folk. He thinks that a black person can be racist. A black person cannot be a racist. Racism is a power relationship between groups of people. That's all it is. It means where one group of people have control of so much wealth and power and resource that it can deprive, hurt, and injure, and exploit another group to benefit itself. Never in the history of this earth have black folk ever controlled that much resources and where they can have gone out of their way to exploit, injure, and do something to whites. So therefore, racism only started in the 16th century when he began to commercialize slavery against blacks. That's when racism started. There was no such thing as racism before that. The other thing, and before I get into my presentation, you got to understand racism also comes from the word race. Race means group. So whenever you hear people talking about now, you cannot prove racism because somebody fired you from a job, they are absolutely right. And the power structure and all the white think tanks in Washington know that. That's why you can no longer prove racism, because racism does not apply to an individual. It applies to a group. And because I discriminate against you, that's individual, that's personal. It's not group-based, and so you can no longer prove group-based discrimination. The second thing about the word race, remember also, which is very important for our discussion today, is the word race means being in competition. See, they didn't pick house, tree, car. They said racism. Race means being where people are competing from here to there. And we are in competition. That's what racism means. Black people must learn how to compete or survive, or not compete and perish. And so this morning, we're going to start talking about what we got to do. Now, let's go back to when everybody said, where did this start? Let's go back to where it started. It all started in Africa. And as I go through all this, I want you all to keep some points. And I'll stick my finger up in there. Remember those points. Those are the points going to be hurting us today. Those same points I'm going to articulate to you today. Now, all this started in Africa. Let's say about 1441. There was a guy called Henry the Navigator who went around the coast of Africa, and he found some slaves and traded some slaves off. And he brought them back to Europe. And he took them back to Europe, and he gave them to the Pope as gifts. And the Pope and the Catholic Church was so beautifully appreciative of these slaves that he then said, since you've given me these slaves, what I'm going to do now is award you 300 miles of the coastline of West Africa, which is now called the Gold Coast. So Henry the Navigator was given land by the Pope, the Catholic Pope, and the Catholic Pope didn't even own the land. But he gave him all the rights of 300 miles of coastlines of West Africa. Said it belongs to you. That was in 1441. And so and Henry the Navigator was a Portuguese. So he began to try to encourage other Portuguese to go around and try to find some more slaves. So this is a good thing. We own all that land around there now. By 1487, the Pope then said, aha, so many people began to pick up slaves. He says, what I'm going to do now is put out a public declaration and officially declare slavery to be a legitimate enterprise. And the Catholic Church was the first one to do it. Now, why is this important? Because you see, up until that point in time, slavery was never based on skin color. Slavery was based on three things to put you into slavery. One was an indebtedness, where you owed somebody something and not paid it off. Two was that you was through religious persecution. Or three, you were a prisoner of a war or conflict, and you were now a captive, and they were forcing you into labor. Those were the only three reasons you could get into slavery until the Catholic Church put out this declaration. And now they added a fourth variable, which says color is now a factor. Now that's very important because the Catholic Church now had, in previous slavery, in earlier parts of the century, let's say immediately after Christ was born, the Catholic Church played a very pivotal role in saying, as a religious institution, we got an obligation to represent those who are enslaved. And the Catholic Church set up a system that they would go through, whether it was a Greek slave or a Roman slave. They looked after the rights of the enslaved, protect them, saying that even if you're a slave, there are certain things that people cannot do to you. The Catholic Church accepted that responsibility. Now, the Catholic Church now has condoned black enslavement based on skin color. That was totally different. But also, the first thing they did, they abandoned any interest in representing the interests of the enslaved, even though they had done it for everyone else. And all of a sudden, the problems began to develop in Africa. Other religions began to join in. So people say, well, Dr. Anson, how are they able to enslave us? Because we were doing some things wrong in Africa. As the other religions joined in to start enslaving blacks, so did other nations, so did other ethnic groups. And black folk were totally ill-prepared to deal with it because we had been doing some things wrong in Africa ourselves. See, going back to about 765, the Muslims had been trying to get into Africa for the longest because they'd heard about all the gold and silver and the wealth in Africa. And the Muslims had been going around, the Arabs had been going around Africa trying to conduct holy wars against dark-skinned people to get access to the resources. And starting in 765, not 17, but in 765, the Arabs started enslaving black folk. They enslaved on an average of 1 million blacks every 100 years and shipped them out of Africa. So now if you start to count from 765 up to the present day, that's over 1,300 years. That means over 13 million blacks have been shipped out of Africa just by the Arabs alone. And Arabs are still shipping blacks out of slavery. If you go to Ethiopia and Mauritania, you'll now find, in Sudan, you'll still find blacks being sold by Arabs for actually about $475 a piece. So Arabs have been selling blacks now for over 1,300 years. But when you get around the 900, though, 200 years after that, the Arabs are still trying to penetrate the blacks to get their wealth. And blacks have got an international reputation of being one of the wealthiest nations on earth, talking about walking on streets of gold. And so from 900 up until about 1400, they live reasonably well because people were afraid to penetrate Africa. Because blacks also had a ferocious reputation for being invincible fighters. They were scared of the jungles and the black warriors. So no one went into Africa to get them, but the Arabs were still trying to get access to the wealth and resources. Now I'm back up to the 14th century again. Now in the 1400s, about the same time as I just told you that the Pope declared that officially that blacks can be enslaved, at the same time Timbuktu was invaded by the Arabs. They finally broke through. They broke through because, see, blacks at that time had three major empires, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. They were the richest nation on earth, but the black leadership had set themselves up to be invaded by the Arabs and consented to be pimped. Because the black leadership was extremely naive, going around practicing what I call benign slavery. Every time anybody came into an African nation, like Mali, Songhai, and what they were saying is that, well, I'll do business with you, but you got to buy one of my slaves. And the slaves were their own people. And they were playing games with slavery, saying, well, it's a tribe, he's a different tribe, so I'll enslave him. But the slavery that blacks were practicing was not the same vicious kind of slavery that came later, but the fact that they were playing with it, condoning it, and willing to sell their own black folk out naively. Now the question becomes, why were they doing it? Okay, why were they doing it? They were doing it trying to impress people with their power, how strong they were, saying that I would do business with you, but let me show you how strong I am. I got 3 or 4 blacks in the back room, and you buy them from me, and then I'll sell you some gold and silver. And what people were impressed with was not really their power. They were impressed with the fact that you had absolutely no interest as a leader in your own people and felt no responsibility to their welfare. And so when that got out, then all those countries, as I said, once the Pope condoned slavery, they began to flow into Africa because they knew the black leadership did not feel the strong togetherness, the willingness to protect their own people and to look out for them and lead them, and would willingly sacrifice them. So Africa fell wide open. And people poured into Africa after the Pope declared slavery legal in the 1480s. By 1500, between 1500 and 1650, 150 years, they hauled out 5 million blacks just to Central America alone, just right south of here into Mexico and to Central America, Costa Rica. Just to give you an example, after the Pope declared that you could legally go after those blacks, they pulled out 5 million of them and sent them in there. And those blacks, in 150 years, with sticks and stones, not steam shovels, but with sticks and stones and rocks, dug out over 16,000 tons of silver and 400 tons of gold, just to enrich Spain and Portugal. And this was critically important because at that point in time, Africa was a rich continent, had all kinds of wealth. And Europe was an impoverished nation. Europe was run over with crime, sickness, disease, illness, disorganized. Africa was the glory of the world. But you see, our people were playing around, not looking at taking care of the business of their people. At that point in time, all these nations say, aha, we know how to strengthen Europe and rebuild Europe. And that's by displacing the wealth out of Africa and displacing not only the material wealth, but the human wealth of Africa. So they began to pour in and started sucking blacks out of Africa. Not only the black treasures, the gold, the silver, but also the human capital. In some areas, they almost depopulated parts of Africa by shipping blacks out. And over a course of about another 300 years, they shipped out somewhere between 25 and 35 million blacks. And out of all those blacks they shipped out of Africa, over 2/3 of them died en route trying to get here. As a matter of fact, from the 1500s to 1800s, 6 out of every 7 people that were shipped came across the Atlantic Ocean were black folk. 6 out of 7 were blacks. And they were depopulating Africa, not only as wealth, as resources, but as human capital. Very important. And as they came and as they shipped them out, everybody began to become enriched. But you still had black leadership that still didn't understand, unwittingly was playing into the hands of people who were much more serious about the games than they were. So I jump up to the year 1619. They brought in 20 blacks into America, formally, even though we'd had another group of blacks in here around in the 1500s. They've been floating around too off of PD River in South Carolina. And we'd had blacks much earlier, the Folsom people. But let me don't even get into that. But by 1619, they brought in 21 blacks into Jamestown, formally. And those blacks came in as indentured servants. They were traded by a German warship for supplies. Those blacks were free in about year 1624. But something very important happened right before 1624. In 1621, you had a black guy named Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson came to the United States in 1621, came in from England as a free black. At the same time, you had those other 20 black slaves brought in here in 1619, the first 20 blacks. But this black came in as a free black in 1621. He came in, and then since he was coming in from England, not from Africa, he then declared himself a free black, declared that he wanted head rights. And head rights in those days says anybody coming to the country can get 640 acres free right off the bat. Then plus you can get another 500 to 600 acres for every slave that you own. He immediately went and had 13 blacks. He brought in then, we got him 13 black slaves, and he's black. So within a few years, about 15 years, he was one of the richest blacks in the colonies. But he was enslaving his own people. Now, going up to 1638, Maryland colony then put out a public edict that laid the cornerstone for racism in this country, saying that now that black folk coming into this country and they began to intermingle with whites and socialize like Johnson and trying to integrate, we got to pass a new law. So the state of Maryland put out a law called the Doctrine of Exclusion. The Doctrine of Exclusion says that no black shall be permitted to enjoy the fruits of white society. That was in 1638. Now, Johnson still had it. He's really built up his land now. He had all kinds of land and a whole bunch of slaves, getting close to about 70, 80 slaves now. And a white guy went over to one of his plantations. And one of the black slaves there, named John Castor, asked him, says, why am I a slave here with this guy? He says, I didn't know that. He says, he owns me for life. How does he own me for life? And the white fellow who was a plantation owner also said, look, he doesn't own you for life. You know, didn't you contract for indentured servantship? Indentured servantship normally runs 5 or 7 years. What do you mean he's got you for life? This black guy said, I've been working for this for this Anthony Johnson, this black slave plantation owner, for almost 27 years. The guy said, well, just run off and leave. Forget about him. You don't have to keep working for him. So the black slave, John Castor, ran off. But guess what happened? Anthony Johnson then went to court, and he sued the white plantation owner who had encouraged the black to run off. Sued him in court, and the court accepted Anthony Johnson's claim against this black slave, saying that he owned that slave for life. Now, what happened there never had ever happened on the history of the earth with black folk and in this country, where all of a sudden a person laid claims against an individual for the rest of his entire naked life. And it was a black man. And once that court decision was made, whites picked it up and said, aha. So by 1665, all the states then started passing enslavement laws. They went back and took the doctrine of exclusion and say, now, the doctrine of exclusion with Maryland says that black folks shall always be excluded and never be permitted to enjoy the fruits of white society. But after listening to the court decision for Anthony Johnson, we got a good thing going now. So they took that same doctrine and expanded it. And now the doctrine says that not only should black folk be excluded, subordinated, non-compensated, non-competitive managed workforce for the personal comfort and wealth building of white society. That became the enslavement codes, both explicitly and implicitly. And all the states began to enact it then, based on Anthony Johnson's ruling in court that he owns another black person for life. Now the system picks up. We jump now to about 1704. 1704, there's a black kid. There are a whole bunch of slaves coming in from Africa on a slave vessel called the Eagle. The Eagle is heading towards America. There's a young black boy on there, along with some other older slaves. The slaves decide to revolt on the ship. And they took over and knocked the captain down, took over the ship, and took the weapons, and we're in a fight to take over the control of the ship and head it back towards Africa. And as one of the older slaves grabbed a machete, and he said he's going to kill the captain so they can completely have control of the ship, as he swung at the captain, a young black slave jumped up and got in there and protected the captain and took the blows himself, which chopped off one of his arms and protected the captain. And by protecting the captain was able to recover the control of the vessel, put down the insurrection, and it then hung all the blacks who were trying to revolt, except the young black kid who was only 19. When the captain got to America, he gave him to supposedly a benevolent slave owner and rewarded him with recognition, and says that after he's been educated and recovered from his wounds, that he's to be set free. And again, this young boy, he placed more importance on protecting other people than getting his free people out of a dilemma. But he was rewarded and recognized for it. And he personally benefited at the expense of his own people. That was in 1704. 1705, the colonies said, what we need to do now is pass slave codes so we can regulate slaves' behavior, period. Slave codes were passed to tell you exactly how every black person must act in America, what he could not do, and what every white person must do to make sure black folks stayed in line. Then they passed another law at the same time with it, which is still in effect today. It was called the Diversity Act of 1705. You all call it multicultural and cultural diversity. You all understand what I'm saying to you? I want you all to understand history. If you ever want to figure out how to get out of your dilemma, never spend your time trying to work with anything unless you know how it got into place. And then you take it out of place. The multiculturalism and cultural diversity started in 1705. They passed a law at the same time saying, how do we control black folk now? They said, now that we got all these blacks coming to the country, we got a good thing going. They said, because now all over Europe it was being advertised, if you want to become wealthy and powerful, go to America. We guarantee if you go to America, we give you free land and free labor. You'd have to be an idiot not to get rich. You don't have to do anything. We'll give you all the land you want and England started a franchising system, so which means even if you couldn't afford to buy slaves, we had a franchising concept, which means England would give you the land and give you the slaves. All you do is pay them a commission. Just like McDonald's and Burger King. That's where the whole franchising concept came from. It was from England with slavery. And so people rushed into this country. But they had to set up external controls, saying, how do we control them when they get here? With all these blacks coming into the country. Because I just told you, 6 out of every 7 persons coming across the Atlantic were black folk. They were pouring into the country. But they want to make sure enough whites were here to benefit and get the fruits of black folks' labor. And so they passed the cultural diversity, which says, the cultural diversity law says, for every 5 blacks you own, you must have 1 white person. You must always have 1 white person there to monitor, to make sure that black folk are being monitored and kept under control, that you understand what they're up to. That law stayed into effect and never went out of effect. Now comes 1710. Now when 1710 came, here's the main point of my talk today. 1710 did something that is totally devastating. Totally devastating. The Virginia colony in 17 passed what they call meritorious manumission. Meritorious manumission says, what we're going to do now that we put up the external controls in 1705, we must have internal controls. We don't have the time to go around and monitor and watch all these black folk coming into this country. We must build in some kind of internal management control. We must build in a way like the Rodney King syndrome, that kind of thing. We must build into black folk an inappropriate behavior pattern. We must teach black folk to see things upside down in an unrealistic manner. And what they did very systematically was like taking glasses and painting pictures on it upside down. And we found out in laboratories in sociology and psychology that even if you paint the world upside down for a person to put glasses on their eyes, we found that the subjects can learn to live upside down. They learn how to adjust, learn how to adjust their reach and what they're doing. And we watched it over and over again in experiments with young people in school, where we paint the pictures upside down and say, what do you see? And the mind has the ability to flip things back over to where the reality becomes the unreal. That the unreal becomes the reality. And once you do that, you got your people nailed to the wall. So meritorious manumission came into effect in 1710 and says, we will reward, we will recognize, we will set free any black person that does 1 of 4 things. 1, if you in fact will save a white person's life. I told you about the young man on the boat with the eagle, 5 or 6 years before that. If you save a white person's life, you will get your freedom. 2, if you protect a white person's property. 3, if you invent something that a white person can make wealth and power off of, some kind of an invention. And 4, if you in fact will squeal on, inform on, or tell on your own people. That was called meritorious manumission. Now, you all might say, why is that important? I'm going to tell you, that was so devastatingly important. And the reason it was so important is because that created a magnificent control system that has never been duplicated. Never been duplicated. As a matter of fact, it's only been replicated 1 time that I know of, and I'm usually pretty current on most issues in this country, psychological, sociological, and educational in this country. Only 1 time it's been duplicated. It was duplicated in the 1950s. The communists duplicated it in Korea. They call it brainwashing. Now, you might ask, what is brainwashing? Now, typically, people in the 1950s, when it happened in the Korean War, we talked about brainwashing. See, now I was a safety and survival engineer for my squadron. I was in a Marine attack squadron. My primary responsibility was to teach my people how to survive. We had a school for brainwashing in Barbers Point, Hawaii. Teach them how to survive. What's brainwashing? Well, most people, at least the guys in the Marine Corps, they thought that brainwashing would be some kind of an inhumane way of treating people. That it would be no less than pulling out fingernails, driving bamboo splinters between the joints, hanging people up in the cold and castrating them, what we call the Chinese water torture, But brainwashing was none of those things. It was none of those things. Brainwashing was simply a very sophisticated form of re-education. And see, for you all in the auditorium this morning, brainwashing, so that you'll always remember it, is nothing but group therapy run in reverse. We always remember that. Now, the whole point of group therapy is to bring people together. Brainwashing is to turn it backwards and scatter people apart. And that was very effective in Korea against our troops. And see, now I'm going to show you the different parallels of what happened in 1710 and what happened in 1950, so you can understand the implications of what's happened to black folk in America. Otherwise, you can't deal with the issue. So in 1950, we had approximately 7,000 Americans in prisoner of war camps in North Korea and China. 7,000 Americans have been captured and put into war camps before they were subjected to brainwashing. And after they were subjected to brainwashing, starting from the time they were captured, do you know that in that course of time, almost 4 years, we did not have one single solitary American prisoner to escape from a prisoner of war camp? That had never happened in the history of this nation, that you can contain that many soldiers in one or two places and never have one to escape. Not one escaped out of 7,000 in almost 4 years. And to tell you the truth, in some of those camps, they didn't even have fences or walls up. Some of them didn't even have guards. And our people could not escape because of the techniques of brainwashing that was used on them. You would say, now, what was happening to them? They were being devastatedly re-educated. And this is the same identical technique that was used in 1710 on black folk. The whole concept of integration was the same thing that today. They scattered them. Now, what happened in Korea? In Korea, we noticed certain kind of things were happening to the prisoners. They didn't act like prisoners anymore. See, when a guy when he was captured as a prisoner, the first responsibility was to try to escape, not to participate, not to cooperate with the enemy, not to compromise one's principles. They always try to fight, resist, and get out, and to compete to help your own people to escape if you can. Didn't happen in Korea. Because you see, brainwashing, reverse technique of group therapy, first of all, what it did, it divided the soldiers against each other. Divided the soldiers against each other. And there's a whole revolutionary principle that says that a revolution comes when two people get together and begin to conspire. You can never have a revolution or an insurrection on earth as long as you drive a wedge between the first two people. If you drive a wedge between the first two people, you'll never have a revolt. And in Korea, we never had a revolt. Secondly, people can only organize if they get together. But see, what the communists did, they started an information system, a squealing system, an informing system. And what we found in Korea was they had the most massive, widespread information system ever on earth, where people were recognizing other people or identifying other people who were planning on escaping. And what the communists were doing was telling people, look, you all got a responsibility now as a prisoner. If you hear about another prisoner talking about escaping, it's your responsibility to inform on him and tell on him. And if you do that, we'll reward you. You get an extra candy bar and apple. And once that happens, you see pretty soon, the soldiers didn't know who to trust anymore. They didn't know who to tell anything to if he was planning on escaping. Who did he tell? He didn't know when the other guy's going to turn him in for a reward. And so the organization broke down, and they quit communicating and sharing information to each other. Because all of a sudden you were planning on escape. Next day someone drags you out in the cold, strips you down, and pours ice water on you at 26 below zero because somebody just turned you in for an apple and a piece of candy. And see, that's what happened in meritorious manumission in 1710 when blacks were being rewarded for turning in other blacks. See, also what it does is not only does it now it stops your communication, it stops your ability to organize, but also it broke down what we have to have as a sense of community. In none of those camps do they have a sense of community anymore in Korea. And without a sense of community, you have no way of doing the things that have to be done as a human being. And so in the prison war camps in Korea, all of a sudden the camps became filthy, the black camps. Nobody built latrines. Nobody made sure there was food and blankets passed out. Nobody took care of the sick. Because you don't have a community anymore. Without a community, you can't do anything. So we didn't have a community in Korea, in the camps. And out of the 7,000 prisoners you had in Korea, almost half of them died. They didn't die because anybody shot them. They died from the fact that they were unable to function appropriately, to take care of themselves, to function as a community. They no longer had what you got to have and what black folk had taken from them through meritorious manumission. See, once you get a community, the next thing you must have above that is your trust. You cannot have trust if you don't have a community. I always hear black folks say, Dr. Evans, all the things you say are true, but how can I get together another black folk when I don't trust them? You don't trust them because you don't have a community. And and above trust comes cooperation. But Dr. Evans, I don't want to work with him. No, because you don't trust him. So it goes community, trust, cooperation. And that's what they did in Korea. They killed the community. The black soldiers no longer had a community, and prisoners no longer had a sense of a community. They no longer had a sense of who they were, what they were about, the business of, and who they were. And all of a sudden, that kind of an oppressive system of rewarding people for identifying with the enemy, and that's what the Koreans were doing, saying, you identify with us, and we'll reward you and give you a can and an apple. And when they started rewarding people, the community was destroyed. And their soldiers fell apart, and over half of them died. And so the next thing that happened to them is what also happened to the black community. After 1710, they moved into a thing what we call give-up-itis. All of a sudden, the soldiers in Korea, in those camps, no longer cared about anything anymore. So when I come into the Crenshaw district and I said, why don't you do this? They said, well, we don't care anymore. Same thing happened in the prisoner of war camps. The soldiers didn't care. And once they lost caring, they were through. Nobody could save them anymore. And at night, over 40% of those soldiers would pull blankets over their head and just sit there in the corner and die for no apparent reason. Not for physical reasons. It was called give-up-itis, and you've seen it in hospitals. That's when a person would die long before he's supposed to. And you ask why. When a husband passed and the wife would die 6 months later, 3 months later. Not for any medical reason, because they no longer have a will to live. And that's what happened in those camps. We lost over half our soldiers because they lost their will to live. And see, after meritorious manumission was put on black folk in 1710, black folk, a lot of them began to lose their will to live and to care and be responsible. So jumping back to 1710, so you understand what brainwashing is and an effect on black folk. I want you all to understand that was a re-educational system. So when that happened in 1710, the word spread. And down in Jamaica, there was a fellow named Willie Lynch that heard about it. And he was already running a seasoning school for slaves in the South, in Jamaica. So then he caught a boat and headed for America, headed for Virginia, where the meritorious manumission had been initially enacted. He got there in 1712. And just like the communists did in Korea, he came up with the same expression, gentlemen, I'm here to take care of your needs. I can show you how to do what you want to have done. I can show you how to divide these slaves so they'll never recover, or at least it'll take 300 years before they can do it. So some of you might wonder why I picked in my book the year 2013. This coming year in 2013 would be almost exactly 300 years since Willie Lynch put his methods on black folk. He said it would take 300 years. He said, what I'll do is to show you how you divide blacks. You divide blacks along the lines of skin color. You rig it so every black will look at another black skin color first and say, is he a yellow black or black black? And that way, you've already divided them. You divide them along the lines of sex, so that all of a sudden, you have black women joining the feminist movement against their own black men. They're trying to beat them out of jobs and opportunity and visibility to take care of their families. So you divide them along the lines of sex. Then you divide them along the lines of age, where the old turn against the young turn against the old and say, you're ancient, you're old, I don't want to listen to you anymore. And it worked very effectively. And Willie Lynch put that on them. It's called divide and conquer. Divide and conquer was the same in 1710 as it was in 1950 in Korea. And black folk became invited. And so from 1750 up to about from 1710 up to 1750, the system started going into effect. The social conditioning, the brainwashing of black folk took off full steam then. Because see now, they were very concerned about all these black slaves. We had to control them. And people said, well, how are we going to control them? And said the first way, and there are three ways you do it, but the first way is by physical control. Always control a black person physically. That's what slavery is about. The second way of controlling was called Jim Crowism. Then you control him legally. Then the third way you control him is when we came out of the civil rights movement, which means symbolically. You control him by manipulating symbols. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. So they went into the first thing of controlling black folk physically with slavery. By 1750, the black population got up to 34% in America. And they were very concerned about this because you see all these slaves were pouring in across the water, so they started advertising to bring in more immigrants. They said, what we need are more white immigrants to dilute. Remember I told you the Diversity Act said we must have so many whites. So we got to have an immigration law that bring in more whites to neutralize blacks out, to keep them contained, to keep them as a minority. We'll fix it so they'll love that word minority. They'll use it all the time and call themselves that. Even though we know the minority means loser. We'll turn the world upside down, they'll call themselves loser, loser, loser. So by 1750, black population hit 34%. So what the white society started doing then, it says, we must do what they didn't say that then, but the effect was the same. What happened in Korea? We must isolate them. So every Indian treaty from that point on started putting in conclusions saying that you must also stay away from black folk. They built into all the Indian treaties incentives for them not to identify with black folk because they feared that if Indians and blacks got together, they could overthrow the country. So Indians were given incentives then to turn against black people. And that's why later on you find that the biggest killers of black folk for a long period of time were Indians. Because they were given incentives. For instance, if you raided a town or a village, guess who was the first person you run into in the fields? Was a black person. And seeing you had laws because the slave codes of 1705 says a black person could not arm himself, he couldn't carry a weapon, he couldn't carry a tool, he could not raise his hand to defend himself, he could not strike back. So Indians said, hey, we got a good guy to raid. I mean, this is like shooting ducks. And the whites knew that. When they put the blacks out in the field, they used blacks for burglar alarms. So every time there was an Indian raid, they the ones that went down first. And that's why all the 5 civilized tribes in America then became slaveholders. All the 5 civilized Indian tribes were slaveholders. Not only were they slaveholders, they were slave traders. And more important than that, in all the treaties, typically in a treaty, they paid the Indians $20 for every runaway slave they chased down and brought him back. And that's why also when the Civil War came, all the 5 civilized tribes in America fought with the side of the South to prefer slavery because they didn't want to lose their money and wealth either. And I still have blacks running around saying, well, I'm half Indian. Nobody wants to be black. I mean, even if here's people that have been misusing your people too, but you don't want to be it. They'll tell me about how, well, I'm 3/4 white. I can't stand black folk. I'm 3/4 white. I said, well, why would you want to be white rather than blacks? I said, blacks didn't enslave you. Blacks didn't Jim Crow you. Blacks didn't castrate and lynch you and exploit you. And see, that's that upside down, we make black folks see things upside down and wrong. It's inappropriate behavior. Inappropriate behavior pattern was instituted on us to make sure we saw everything backwards. That way when we ran, we thought we were running the right way, we were running the wrong way, and they knew it. And that's why you later hear me tell black folk all over America that my people, black folk, are doing everything wrong. They're not even doing wrong right. because you see everything's pointed upside down for us, so they can't see which way to run. And so at that time, in 1750s, the colonies then tried to figure out how to contain the whole issue. So we got our controls in place, we got the social conditioning in place, and I think we got blacks pretty well where we need them. We got them nailed down. So then they then started telling England, don't send any more slaves over here to make sure it works. So Continental Congress sent all kinds of letters to England saying, don't send any more slaves to make sure our system of control works. But England said, no, I'm going to keep sending them, we're getting rich off of it. England said, we're making a fabulous amount of money because we set up the Navigation Act in 1650, which says, I don't care what you all produce in America, it must come back to England first to be processed, and you all buy it back from us. And when you buy it back from us, we're going to charge you 3 or 4 times the price of it. And so when England decided to have a Revolutionary War to break away from England, they didn't put that in the history book, what the real reason they want to break away from England was for. 1, because they were scared to death of black folk getting free over here and tying in with the Indians. 2, they wanted to reverse that whole shipping process, saying if we made all the products in America, we raised the cotton, the corn, the beans, the rice, and everything, why are we sending it to you and buying it back from you? So that's what the Revolutionary War was over. And plus, England was also getting rich off the slaves because, see, England was only paying $25 to $35 a piece for every slave they were buying on the west coast of Africa. $25 to $35 a piece. But they created a system called capitalism, which says that I also want a 1,500% return on my money, my investment, which means if I pay $25 for a black slave on West Africa, I want to be able to sell them in America for $400 to $500 a piece. And so England was becoming a very rich and powerful nation. It's like most of it. But that was not only England, but you had all the other slave countries became rich. That was Portugal, Spain, England, Germany, and the Arab nations. All of them were becoming wealthy off of black folk, off a combination of 2 things, extracting the wealth out of Africa, the material wealth, and selling the human labor. And after the Revolutionary War, the first act of Congress, as soon as they set up a Congress in the United States, the first act of Congress said, let's solve this problem with the slaves. So the first thing they did was pass what they call the First Immigration Act that says this is a white nation, and the quota on blacks coming here other than as a slave is 0. 0, zip, none, nothing. And that stayed in effect until 1966, when it was raised to 1/2 of 1%. And I still see black folk displaying inappropriate behavior. They can't figure out why you cannot get Haitians into the country. I said, God knows, don't you know what your law is? The reason you cannot get Haitians into the country because they're still fearful of you getting a large, significant black population and being a threat to the society. I said, anytime you got boats floating around off the west coast of Africa for 3 months, you had over 3,000, 4,000 blacks on there who were sick, starving to death. Not one single country offered to bring them in, not this country. At the same time, this country has had refugee programs for every racial and ethnic extraction on earth but black folk. And where is our civil rights leaders? Where is our black leadership? Why aren't they raising issues about it? Instead of them going down there and say, why can't blacks come in from the islands and from Haiti? They do the same thing because they're seeing things upside down and backwards. They do the same thing the whites do. Say, well, what we need to do is invade that country and make them stay there. Let's improve the conditions there. And so that way they have nice places there. Rather than say, no, you didn't improve all the conditions in Mexico, and El Salvador, and Nicaragua, and Hungary, and all these other countries when the people came in. You didn't improve all the conditions in Vietnam to bring in the people. Why do you keep asking these special things, blacks? No leadership will raise the questions. Because you see, no black leadership in America wants to raise the real issues about why we cannot raise our population and others can. In a social democracy where the majority will win and the minority will lose, we are the only planned, systematically, permanently classified minority. Which means that we are the only people who will always lose based on immigration laws and the quotas coming into this country. Unless we start to develop some very specific ways of dealing with it. That's what powernomics is about. I start telling you got to start changing the rules, turn things back upside down. You got to always practice how do you get to be the majority. Never do anything where you're going to be a minority. Do it where you're going to become the majority. Don't move to be a minority, move to be a majority. And we're going to talk about that a little later on how you play these games and learn how to win in powernomics. But you see, as I said, by 1790, the law had locked us out as the only permanent loser. And they said that anybody losing in society from now on, it would be black people. They're the only people that cannot increase their population significantly to be a threat to this country. By the late part of the 1790s, they said, what other kind of external controls can we put on black folk? Because now some of them want to learn, some of them want to try to join the religious movement in this country. And in religion, we say that everybody's a brother. And if we baptize them and make them a Christian, how do we deal with that fact? So they passed a law saying that Christianity did not relieve your heathenism for a black person. And they did not want, after that time, there a few blacks had been going to church, but they were sitting in white churches, and they had to be monitored and watched, as I told you, because of the Diversity Act. So when the evangelical movement started moving through this country in the turn of the first of the 1800s, early 1800s, they said, we'll let blacks have their churches, but we can always also, but we must pick the ministers, and we must license the ministers. We must pick ministers that we can control. No black preacher can come into America unless he is controlled by the white establishment, unless he represents our interests and our values, unless he teaches our form of Christianity. Now, this is very important. Why? Because you see, before, religion was always used to help a population group. When it comes to blacks, we cannot let religion be used to help them. You see, the Catholics, church took care of all those groups who call themselves Catholics. Jews, priests, took care of the Jews. And even today, you go into the conflicts in England or Ireland, where you see the Protestants and the Catholics fighting. I guarantee you that the Protestant members will be representing their people and protecting them. I guarantee you that the Catholic priests will be representing the Catholics and protecting them. If I take you into the Middle East with the Arabs, I guarantee you Khomeini will be taking care of Arabs. Only in America can I find black ministers who can be bought and sold to be against their own people. Nobody else will let you do that. No population will tolerate that except our people. And that's what I call inappropriate behavior. Inappropriate behavior pattern when you let your own ministers sell you out. It's not in your best interest. What I mean by sell you out is because by the early 1800s, the whites said, well, we're going to have black ministers. We're going to have to Christian them to make sure they do what we want to have done. They must teach Christianity the way we want it taught, to where it is an external control device on black folk. They said, what are the rules? One, that every minister we license must teach black folk. And when you talk about the slave and the master in the Bible, that you're talking about the white man and the black man on earth. Two, the minister must teach black folk that they're to be loyal, faithful, obedient, respectful, and all those other good things, and honest, so that white people don't have to worry about them stealing as a slave. Because you know, black slaves had a nasty habit of going around stealing scraps of food because they were starving to death. And they would tell them they must be industrious. But you see, white folk wanted you to work a little harder. So they used the term, he's a lazy slave. Now, anybody's right mind got more than a third grade education would say, why would a slave want to be industrial? Why would you want to work hard as a slave? What's in it for you? Are you going to get released early? You can get a pension? Social Security or retirement? But they always got this thing about why he's a lazy slave. I even got a black writer who writes about that day. Part of the problem is the blacks were lazy slaves. He should have been lazy. The third thing they put on you is that, well, the black ministers must also teach them to get pie in the sky after death. They're going to turn their world upside down. So while everybody else is competing to get resources, to get wealth, to get power, black folk are saying, I'm waiting for mine in the sky. They said, well, the role model would be Jesus Christ. Says, Jesus Christ and all the Jews were very powerful people and had money. Solomon was the richest man on earth. You go look at Matthew, I think Matthew 23, when they start talking about the talent, where the different slaves had talents. And two of them went out and developed their talents and multiplied and made something, and one buried and hid his. Because they knew there would be that black one, to be that last one, go out and hide it. Y'all understand what I'm talking about? Now, but during that period of time, though, in the 1800s, when they started putting all the religion on them, they started controlling them, a few blacks said, well, wait a minute now, because something just happened down in Haiti. Now, I know that I can guess in the future, y'all aren't going to let the Haitians into this country. But in the 1800s, what happened was Toussaint Overture. Toussaint Overture took his little band of rabble-rousing blacks in Haiti and beat the devil out of all the French troops. Ran them raggedy. Beat the devil out of them. Now, that was important because, for two reasons. First of all, that is the only time in Western history where the white society blinked and black folk took advantage of them and beat them. Y'all remember that? Only time in history that blacks ever broke free of that conditioning system I told you in 1710, the same one they used again in the Korean War. And again, the reason I want to point out that system to you, that brainwashing system, why is it so important? You all remember this, and why it's so important. And that's why I must give the dominant white society praise for this. I mean, there's some very smart people. Very smart. Why did I say that? Because, you see, the people that put that system on black folk in 1710, they had the equivalent of a third or fourth grade education. And here we are today, 250 years later, or 200-some years later, almost 300, and black folk with doctor's degrees and master's degrees can't even figure it out. Now, but little Toussaint Overture down in Haiti, he won his battle, beat him good. Now, when he beat him, though, they finally tricked him and said, well, now that you've beaten us, wouldn't you like to come together and integrate? He went to discuss it with them at a meeting. They captured him, put him on a boat, and shipped him to someplace in Europe, some country in Iceland, one of those, I think Finland or someplace, and they froze him to death up there in the prison. Because he went to co-op, and I told you in Korea and the brainwashing techniques, there's another principle that says that anytime you want to control anybody, I can control anybody who's willing to talk and compromise and discuss with me. I can get him to compromise. And see, what we're trying to teach our soldiers was called a code of conduct in Korea, which says never talk to your enemy unless it's on your turf and your terms. And see, right now, I'm an assistant police commissioner, I'm working as a therapist for prisoners. Anytime I get somebody to communicate and talk with me, I got him. If he'll speak to me and answer my questions, I got him. Sooner or later, he's going to break down and tell me what I want him to know. The way you resist is you don't communicate. You don't compromise your principles. They can never beat you then. And see, and that's how they got Overture. They asked him, don't you want some integration? So like they told our leaders the same thing. Now, there were some other blacks who jumped up and said, I'm not going to go for that okey doke. And one of the first ones in 1800 was Gabriel Prosser. Gabriel was an extremely smart black guy. He says, I just heard about what Toussaint Overture did down in the islands. And said, if Toussaint can do it, I'm going to do it here. He said, I'm going to do the same thing. And he did some planning and you couldn't believe. He worked, he planned, he schemed. Prosser really worked on his thing. And he planned one of the most devastatingly, strategically well-planned insurrections on earth. Now, but before I tell you what he did, let me go back and make this point. I tracked between 1710 and 1860, and we had a possible 150 to 200 possible slave revolts. And in all 150 to 200 of them, a black person squealed in every one of them and got his meritorious manumission and his Willie Lynch badge card. And so when Prosser was trying to pull his together, he planned his scheme. And in the day he was supposed to have his big revolt, would you believe one of the most severe storms that ever hit Virginia came in and washed out most of the land and roads and bridges, and Prosser's group couldn't get together, their gathering point, because they were planning on hitting three things. They were planning on taking over the penitentiary in Richmond, they were planning on taking over the armory, and they were planning on attacking the town and annihilating the town, everybody except the Methodists and the Quakers, who had befriended them. And the storm struck just as they're going to assemble. And only 300 showed up, and Prosser said, well, since only 300 of us here, let's put it off until next week when the land is dry and clear. And within 3 days, a black person squealed. Prosser was arrested, along with 35 of his supporters. They were executed, hanged, and heads chopped off and put on poles. But the two blacks that did the squealing, one was called Tom, the other was called Pharaoh. And I don't know, God knows it because I don't know. Why is if you name a black person Tom, you almost guess he's going to do something. Now, I don't know, and I don't mean to put down anybody here named Tom, but I don't know, there's something about that name. And Pharaoh itself is not too much of an exciting name. I wouldn't trust that name either. If somebody, my mother named me Pharaoh, I'd know I'm in a world of trouble too. But anyway, Tom and Pharaoh turned in Prosser. They executed Prosser, chopped his head off, along with some other, and hung him up on poles. But the thing that became very important in that case, though, was that the town was really fearful because they found out from rumors that Prosser had lined up somewhere between 5,000 and 50,000 slaves. The whites all through Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina was paralyzed. Their mouths fell open, their eyes they popped, and they said, something is wrong. You mean to tell me we put a conditioning system on black folk where we turn everything upside down, and this black guy was able to do the impossible without an education? Something is wrong with our system. What's wrong? And I'm serious, this was a big issue. They had to find out how does one black guy get together as a slave and have something between 5,000 and 50,000 blacks ready to fight, and had it not been for a storm, they'd have taken over the country. And finally came out through another rumor, speculations, that what it was that he had beat the symbolism. To show you how important symbols are, that's why I keep telling about powernomics. To get out of your system, sometimes you're lost. You look up at a mountain, you look up at a peak, you look for the Penobscot building or the Empire State Building, you find your symbol and you can find your direction. And what that black Prosser done, he looked at the state seal. The state of Virginia had a seal where it had a white man lying prostrate and a black man's foot on his chest. White and the black guy was called, and in the seal it said, Verticus overcomes Tyrannus. And that black man had used that seal as his motivating force, his guiding light for his people. And when whites found that out, immediately they changed the Virginia seal and said, get rid of that seal fast. And put up guards around the Capitol to make sure it didn't happen again. Now that was in 1800. By 1821, another black named Vesey got equally as concerned. He had heard about it. He said he's going to try it in South Carolina and try another revolt. But Vesey says up front, Vesey organized his group. He walked around, he was a free black. He got free because he bought his own, paid $600 and freed himself. He won money in a lottery. But he's very upset because he couldn't buy his children out of slavery. So Vesey would walk through the town in Charleston, South Carolina, telling black folk, get that hump out of your back, straighten up, be respectful, take care of your own people, look out for your own people, quit trying to worry about everybody and look out for yourselves. And Vesey was a big man too, a big broad man. He said, I'll break your back if I catch you bending over. And he planned an insurrection. And he called something like about 300 to 500 together to take over Charleston, South Carolina. But he told them up front, he said, let me tell you all something. He says, if I catch one black in this group trying to get meritorious manumission, he said, I'm going to snap your neck like a twig. And he planned a revolt. And unfortunately, again, 2 days before his revolt was supposed to occur, not only was he squealed on once, he was squealed on twice. So VC was picked up along with about 37 of his people and hung. Because, again, they sold him out. Then by 1831, Nat Turner, you already know about, tried the same thing a few years later, in 31. Nat Turner says that I'm not even going to go through those changes. I'm not going to do what VC did. I'm not going to do what Prosser did. I'm not even going to play that silly game. He said, what I'm telling you I'm going to do? He said, I'm going to break out of here. I'm getting me a knife, gun, sword, stick, tools, bricks, anything I can get. I'm killing anything I see that moves, crawls, jumps, walks, or talks. That's exactly what I'm quoting him. He says, I'm the rod and staff of God. I'm not playing these silly games. I'm tired. And so Turner started walking, saying he was a sword and the voice of God. And he said, I'm going to kill anything I see moving. He killed 55 people, including his own master. And then the country got petrified again and sent the army in looking for him. They searched for Nat Turner for 2 months and couldn't find him. He hid out because he killed so many people. Until one day he needed food and went down to get some blacks to get some food, and guess what happened? Turned them in. And so that took care of Nat Turner. Same time, there's one other black, though, which is my hero. I don't know how much time I got. How much? Long as I want. Okay. Okay, thank you. You see, you all are so nice. That's why I love coming to this city. Boy, I swear. I love you. I'm going to move out here pretty soon. But my hero is John Horace. We start talking about inappropriate behavior versus appropriate behavior. Now, here's a black man at the same time period displayed what I call appropriate behavior. No Rodney King stuff, you see? John Horace was a runaway slave who would also run off to Florida in the early 1800s in the same period when VC and Turner and the rest of them were trying to revolt. John Horace was a big, burly, strong black man. He ran off to Florida. Contrary to what you hear all the time in the media about the Underground Railroad, all blacks trying to get north, get to the promised land. That's a part of that myth. Most blacks weren't that dumb. Why would they want to go all the way across go to the north 1,000 miles through a hostile white country when they could run out to Florida, which is Spanish territory 20 miles away or 2 feet away? So some of the smarter blacks of our relatives ran off to Florida because that was Spanish territory. And they got down and they interbred and intermixed with the Seminole. Now, you all might ask me why about Seminoles. Now, Seminoles were also against blacks, a lot of them, but a lot of them were not. Seminoles were the most receptive Indians to do anything with blacks in the country. Why? Because you see, the word Seminole means runaway slave. Okay? And they were also runaways. They interbred with blacks. They were a mixture of blacks. So they were very receptive to black folk. And so they started fighting in that area to fight the United States because the United States, they wanted to go down there and try to get the slaves back. And that's what they were sending General Andrew Jackson to Florida for, to get the slaves. Because you see, blacks down there were coming across the border periodically with the Indians, raiding and killing whites and getting their people free. Now, why is that important? Because you see, when I talked about early inappropriate behavior in Africa, the reason they enslaved black folk originally was because our leaders in Africa had given the impression that I don't care about other black folk. And they hauled all those blacks around the world because they knew in their hearts they would never see a shipload of Africans coming to get them back. They never suspected that Africans would come to save Africans. But that's why they didn't try to enslave Indians, because they knew if they didn't enslave Indians, Indians would come get their people. But they knew that black leadership in Africa had already said, you can have them, I don't want them, I won't come to get them. And so when the blacks went off into South, into Florida, they were coming across the border, raiding those plantations along Alabama and the Georgia border there, South Carolina border, taking their people, taking them back to down to Florida, getting them free. But John Horace was a leading hero to me. Now, this black hooked up, he became sort of like the second in charge in Africa, in Florida. The chief at that time, through the 1820s and 1830s, was a chief named Osceola. Osceola had about 3 sons that were very active also, fighting white intrusion into Florida to get the slaves back. His number 1 son was a white, a mixture of black and white. His name was Wildcat. And Osceola himself, if you all don't know it, Osceola was married to a black woman. You might see Osceola's pictures in all the museums as an Indian. They don't ever tell you that he was married to a black woman and had a mixed group. And he married to a black woman. His black woman's name was Morning Dew, if you're interested in knowing it. Morning Dew was the one, and that's what triggered the Seminole Wars. They don't tell you that in the history books either. So going back and forth down there, they were trying to get the Indians back. Trying to get the slaves back from the Indians. And they kept sending the federal troops in there. And Andrew Jackson was one of the primary generals that always wanted to go out there and fight Indians. He loved to fight Indians. He's known as the Indian fighter. And that's why you have Jacksonville, Florida. Because he was going in there, again, fighting Indians and trying to get blacks back. And on the Chattahoochee River, right outside Tallahassee, they had a fort there called Fort Negro, where most of the blacks were staying there. And they sent the federal troops down there to get the slaves back. Then the federal boat came up the Chattahoochee River to Fort Negro, and most of the blacks were out with the Indians raiding and fighting, and left the women and kids there. And so the federal troops fired on Fort Negro, 1 shot, and the shot rolled into the armory and set off the explosion and blew up the entire fort, and was nothing in there but black women and children. And that really made them hostile. The blacks were hostile this time. So now, that triggered the Second Seminole War. After that, they decided to have a truce. They said, we'll have a truce if we sit down with Osceola and his warriors, John Horse and the rest of them. And at that point in time, they met. Before they met, they went and kidnapped Morning Dew and told Osceola that if you want your wife back, you better turn some of those black slaves loose and meet with us. And when Osceola went to the meeting to discuss getting his wife back, they kidnapped him and put him in prison. I think up in Fort Sumter, South Carolina. He died of consumption and exposure. And so at that point in time, John Horse and Wildcat went berserk. Then they started fighting. They fought all the way throughout Florida. And finally, they ran them out of Florida. They went out west and led some of that whole movement called the Trail of Tears, all the way out to Oklahoma Territory. And but the only people who were fighting in this country against the United States at that time was John Horse and Wildcat and his band of blacks. They had carried their own women and kids with them. That is the only black man in the history of this nation, and I'm sorry to say no school teaches that. That's the only black man in America that's ever stood up to America and fought him, and not as a slave, but as a man. Nobody else has ever done it. John Horse fought the United States for 50 years. They fought him all out west. They chased him all down through the west, through Oklahoma, through Texas, and finally chased him into Mexico. He went into Mexico and stayed there for about 5 or 6 years, and came back again, he and Wildcat. They tried to set up their little village again, but the whites out there, the racists, kept raiding their camps, shooting them and killing them. He kept fighting, and they finally killed Wildcat, shot him in the back with a shotgun and killed him. And then John Horse finally just gave up and got on his horse, allegedly, and just rode off back into Mexico. You never heard from him again. But he fought for 50 years, the only black man. You can talk about any civil rights leader you want to. If you had a hero, that's the only hero we ever had that fought and says, I'm not a slave and I won't take it. I'm not Rodney King or anybody else. And so, they found nobody ever knew what happened to him, but he rode off. That was John Horse. Now, this whole meritorious manumission policy is in effect, moving along at the same time, this control system. About 1852, a lady named Harriet Beach Stover wanted to write about it. So she then wrote about the whole thing. She interviewed a guy whose name was Henderson, which you all know as Uncle Tom. He then told about the story. She wrote a book called Uncle Tom's Cabin. But in that book, contrary to what most people think, Uncle Tom was not the bad guy. The bad guy was Sambo. And so I'm asking you all as my brothers and sisters, please in the future, don't call a black guy who you know is worthless and trifling. Don't call him an Uncle Tom. That's complimenting him. Call him his real name, what he's entitled to, and that's a Sambo. Any black person, any black person sells his own people out and will do them in, he is a Sambo. Now, what is a Sambo again? Going back to meritorious manumission in 1710, the whole conditioning process, the whole brainwashing system, the whole social engineering system says that you must teach black people to see the world through the eyes of whites. You must see everything through their eyes. You must accept their values, their superiority, whatever they think and feel, and that way we got you contained. And that's why when you see somebody like Colin Powell, somebody running for office, they say, well, you can run for office if you see the things the way we want to see them. If you want to be conservative, you can run for office. If you want to place a lot of importance on abortion, you can run for office. If you want to talk about being anti-taxes, you can run for office, which means if you see things the way we see them as a black person, you're safe. You're acceptable. And if you don't want to do that way, then become an athlete or an entertainer. So therefore, you identify the rest of those blacks in the country. You stay away from them. They're bad. And you start going out and you try to go get a penny out of an athlete and entertainer, do something for the black community. They're going to do it. Their advisors won't let them do it. The agents won't do it. Their promotion people won't let them do it. They're going to identify with your community because, again, they have now already died and gone to heaven. Okay, so when Harriet Beecher Stowe put out her book, what she tried to tell black folk is that Uncle Tom was not a bad guy. See, Uncle Tom, if you read that book, and most blacks, 90% of blacks never read it. They always call another black, he's an Uncle Tom, he's an Uncle Tom. He's not an Uncle Tom. If you read the book Uncle Tom was a guy who would not beat black women. Uncle Tom in that book was a guy who would not beat other blacks to make them pick more cotton. Uncle Tom was a guy who would come in at night and take cotton out of his own bag and put it in other black folks' bags so they wouldn't get whippings at night. Uncle Tom was a guy who would not tell where black folk were hiding when they went across the river, when they broke free as slaves. But Simon Legree, the white slave master, had a black that followed him around named Sambo, who always says, you show me, give me the right, I'll show you how to trees the coons. I'll show you where they hides. And see, that's the guy. See, his role responsibility was going back to meritorious manumission. I told you about where you got to protect white folks' property and protect their wealth. He says, I will protect it and find it for you. And that's why you read in the movies and books that came out after Uncle Tom, you always had a black guy, a black slave, was running down the road saying, Master, master, here comes the army, let's hide our silver and gold. And you all say, our? How did it get to be our? He always want to say something that doesn't even belong to him. And that showed up all through history. And today you got the same kind of personality doing it. And now he's not saying let's hide our silver and gold. He's called himself a conservative. I'm also against affirmative action for black folk. I'm against quotas. I'm against preferential treatment. Even had one running around talking about he wanted to pass a law to stop black folk from discriminating against whites. You still got that kind of personality that always wants to protect something, protect the strong. You always got that kind of Sambo personality. And nowadays, the best way to get rich is to say, I'm going to protect that master's gold and silver, and I'm going to be against them black folk. I guarantee I can get you a radio talk show. I can get you a television show. I can even get you an appointment to the Supreme Court. Okay? You tell me how many black folk you want to sell out, and I guarantee I'll show you how to make money. Because you see, every ethnic group, every religious group, every racial group, every political group has always made money off of black folk. Okay? And what I'm going to start talking about in Powernomics when I come back here in the fall is to show you all one thing. I'm going to tell you time is up. You have made, as a race, you made every religion, every ethnic group, every racial group rich. There is nobody else left on earth to make rich but yourselves. So that's all left. We got to do it for ourselves now. So don't give me this stuff about Dr. Anderson. That's the reverse discrimination. We are anti. You ain't anti nobody. You already made everybody rich. They always tell me, well, Dr. Anderson, what you're preaching isn't that segregation? Or let me tell y'all something. Starting again, back in 1850, blacks got hung up on that same mess, you know. By 1850, after Harriet Beecher Stover put out her book, here comes Frederick Douglass. He's going to take one path. He's going to go back now and try to pick up becoming an integrationist. He becomes an integrationist, since they excluded us in 1638, saying we should never be permitted to enjoy the fruits of white society, let's be integrationists and civil rights people. Let's make them let us in. So they started that top strand called integrationists, which will run Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, then up to all your civil rights leaders and Martin Luther King and that whole group, all the way down the line to even your present-day civil rights groups. They keep saying, we want access to whatever you own. We want to be included in whatever you own. Now you got another group that started after the book with Harriet Beecher Stover. They said they want to be segregationists. Then you got the more strongly willed persons like W.B. Du Bois. Then you got Martin Delany. You got Marcus Garvey. Then you got Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad. They were going the other way saying, no, we want our separate stuff. Now, what I say by myself, and I know a lot of people might get upset when I say it, both groups were right and both groups were wrong. What I say is that it is not about integration. The issue is not segregation. The issue is congregation. It means aggregating. What it is called functional pluralism, which means we are not trying to integrate, we're not trying to segregate. No other group comes here and says, I want to integrate or segregate. What they're saying is that if I come together and concentrate as a people, concentrate my power and my wealth and my resources, I can compete. That's what they're talking about. And please, since I love all of you all and I'm going to move here with you, don't let them trick you all anymore with them upside down glasses. They used to ask me that during the integration about Dr. Anderson. Now, hold it. Now, you at the governor's office in Florida, you represent the whole state in education. Now, what do you want during integration? You got Malcolm X talking about segregation. You got Martin Luther King talking about integration. Why don't you all make up your mind? Which do you want? I said, I don't want either one. I want the same rights and privileges that everybody else got to go to either one of the sticks. Don't try to put me on one end of the stick. What I want more than anything else is to bring my people together and say, get all the power and wealth together like everybody else. And that way, they'll quit trying to try to define us. You see, every Asian, for instance, when he leaves his homeland, he comes to America. He looks in the mirror and says, I'm going to America. And when I get to America, I'm going to find me a community of people that either look like me or I'm going to build me a community of people that look like me, that have my values, my culture, and my language. Nobody asked him about integration or segregation. When Hispanics come to this country, they would say, I'm going in, I'm going to build me a community of people that look like me or sound like me. And like the Asians who set up little who set up little Cambodias, little Vietnam, Chinatowns in every city. The Hispanics come in, they'll build little Mexicos, little Havanas, little Hialeahs. I can go across America and find German towns, French towns, Greek towns, Polish towns, but I can't find a black town. Because of our inappropriate behavior pattern with the rod and the we keep trying to integrate. Nobody else is trying to integrate. Why would you try to integrate? And I just told you in 1790, the law says in the Constitution that the majority will win and the minority will lose. If the majority will win and the minority will lose, why would you ever do anything that breaks yourself into smaller pieces when you already a plan systematically program the minority? Now you got other people in a category called minority. You got women, gay, Hispanic, anything you want. Midgets, Hispanics, anything you want. But nobody goes by there and say how many you can have. You've ever heard anybody say we can only have so many women in the country, or so many midgets in the country, or so many gay in the country, or so many the only thing they say is you must have is so many blacks. We're the only people. And see, and another thing you got to understand, I told you last time I was here, is that you got to remember that you are the only non-immigrants in America. The only non-immigrants. So when you start using a word for yourself, always call yourself a non-immigrant. Don't call yourself anything else other than that. Don't call yourself a minority. And to some degree, if you really want to be slick, I would even call myself an African American. Why not? I asked one girl in Texas, she said, I noticed you never call yourself an African American. She said, I said, why? She said, why is that? I said, because I'm black. You see? She said, but why? But are you still an African American? I said, no. Because you see, when I go look at the definition of African American, the whole north part of Africa is a continent. That's not a country, that's a continent. People coming in from El Salvador, and they're El Salvadorians. When you say you're from Africa, I'm an African. Where in Africa? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Where in Africa? And plus that, and worse than that, is that the whole north part of Africa, those coming in the country, they are Arabs, Palestinians, Chaldeans, Egyptians. They are classified, those are whites coming in, but they also call themselves African Americans. When I go down through different parts of the west coast of Africa, I got people coming in from west coast of Africa. They are Pakistanis and Indians, East Indians, but they call themselves African Americans. When I go down to whites coming in from South Africa, they call themselves African Americans. And what they've done again is smother the issue over. So when I go look at it, when I go break it open, it's like cracking open an egg. Like when I look inside the word minority, I look inside of African American, I find the number of blacks that came into the country last year out of 26,000 African Americans, I only find something like 4,000 blacks. And that's why they're going to put the moves on you again. What they want to do is to cover it up again so you can't figure out what's happening to black folks. So new term, they're going to say, well, we buried a lot of them under minorities, that concept. We buried a lot of them under the term Afro-American. Now let's come up with another term called multicultural. And Asiatic or Asia-Rasian or something, nobody know what they are anymore. And see, if we bury them, see, nobody know what the conditions are for them anymore. They can't figure it out either. And see, that way we lock in the structural inequities. If racism, slavery, and Jim Crowism made whites 50-foot giants, and your problem is that whites got this much, you got that much, if you bury everything and smother it over, you'll never figure it out. You all gonna have to fight from now on to make sure that it's only black. Every issue is black, so you can find out what's happening to your people. They're gonna try to bury it because whites now got a choice. Either correct the structural inequities or hide it. And it's much cheaper to hide it. And one of the easiest ways of hiding it is to co-opt your leadership. To pay off the black leadership and bring them inside the circle, and they're not gonna make issues over anything. Instead of functioning on as I said, your problem is the structural inequities. The structural inequities are so bad in America, and they have been so bad since slavery, that that civil rights and integration can't even reach black folk. They're so badly damaged and hurt. And I don't know why the blacks keep running around talking about we want civil rights and equality. You can't get equality if you're unequal. Unless, again, they put those glasses on you and turn them upside down, and all of a sudden you begin to see unequal as being equal. The worst kind of racism is the racism that pretends that unequals are equals. And that's what they've done to you. And they got this whole new concept called a colorblind society. And what colorblind society means, let's be blind to black folk, pretend we don't see them. And they're hiding and smothering it again for you. And that's what it means. Now, where did that come from? It came from some of the white civil rights think tanks out of Washington. After the civil rights movement, what they wanted to do was say, let's bury the issue with black folk. And they gave our civil rights leaders a chance after the civil rights movement that made the difference. They didn't take it. Our black leadership displayed inappropriate behavior coming out of the civil rights movement. Throughout the civil rights movement, when they should have been focusing on the real issue, they didn't do it. Instead of focusing on correcting the historical damage that had been inflicted on black folk, they started messing around with civil rights and integration and never touched the problem. Ran all over the country thinking that by taking down the signs over the water fountains or the bathrooms about colored only or black only, that they were dealing with racism. They didn't even touch racism. Racism was 3 stories down. Getting a black folk to sit in a white restaurant or sit on the front of a bus has no meaning at all. The second thing they did was they never had a plan. They ran all over the country from one demonstration, one march to the next one, never had a national plan about what they're going to do when they get there and what the next generation of blacks are going to do. And thirdly, they never built an institution to carry out a national plan. And when they did that, whites then changed their policy on blacks. They figured out black folk had displayed this inappropriate behavior and missed the boat. So what they did then, they said, let's put the moves on them. Johnson then wrote a law saying you got to correct the conditions of black folk in 1965, what's called the Affirmative Action Bill. When that came out, they put the moves on us to smother the issue again. Affirmative action was supposed to have been intended to correct those structural inequities between blacks and whites that have occurred as a direct result of all those years of things I'm talking about. As soon as the bill came out, whites immediately started changing it and black leadership bought it. The issue was supposed to be going this way. Watch how they flip the glasses upside down on you. The issue was supposed to be correcting historical what has happened to blacks historically by racism and discrimination. They switched and said, let's not talk about historical, let's talk about present day and the future. You're supposed to have been dealing with racism, which means group-based. They said, no, forget about that. Let's deal with individual discrimination. The issue was supposed to have been focusing on dealing with things that have happened to black folk. They changed it. No, let's deal with issues pertaining to everybody. Women, gays, handicapped, everything else. And when they did that, they destroyed affirmative action. Don't even waste your time even chasing affirmative action anymore. It's been destroyed. It was supposed to be helping black folk. Now, what the other groups did, they said, now that somebody put out a law to help black folk, how do we become equal to blacks? And that's when the Hispanics jumped up with this thing called Hispanic, the concept. Before that, we didn't have anything called Hispanic. But they thought in the early 60s that black folk might get some out of the civil rights movement. So what they did, they went to the table and came up with a whole term called Hispanic. They said, let's go all over the world and find everybody that speaks Spanish and pretend they're equal to black folk. And let's pretend that the Spanish language has been handicapped, Jim Crowed, enslaved, hung, lynched, decapitated, and everything else, and therefore is entitled to be treated like a black person. And they fabricated a new race called Hispanics. So now that means any person coming from Spain, Portugal, Philippines, any place, say, I'm a Hispanic, I'm equal to black folk. And the worst part about it, and then every time you hear a report about poverty, they'll go compare Hispanic poverty with black poverty. Nobody ever stops and hold a second, you got to quit playing that game, you're smothering the issue. The poverty on black folk is poverty that's been there for 400 years. That's the same old poverty they've been dealing with for 400 years, and you got rolling poverty. You keep having Hispanics coming into the country and comparing the poverty they're bringing into this country with the poverty that's been with black folk for 400 years. Nobody wants to stop them from doing that. Now people say, well, they got poverty. Yes, but that's poverty they bring in here with them. Black folk didn't bring poverty with them. It was given to us as a gift. If you were to go back to 1840s, where I was earlier talking about Uncle Tomism, back at that point in time, you did not have one single solitary Hispanic in the entire United States. But you had almost 5.5 million black folk that were enslaved, who had been enslaved for 250 years. You didn't have any Hispanics. By 1900, you had 100,000 Hispanics in the United States, but you got 11 million black folk. Now, they got the same identical birth rate in 1900 up until today. Same identical birth rate. You got 100,000 Hispanics and 11 million black folk, and now they're going to pass black folk. Now, somebody who can count past 3 should say, hold a second. How can you only have 100,000 of them in 1900 at the same birth rate, and you got 11 million blacks and now passing blacks? Because 2 million every year walking across the border. It is not this country's responsibility to be correcting all their poverty. It is the country's responsibility to correct the poverty they put on people. The poverty, and see, if you go through history, you cannot find one single solitary instance where anybody else in this country have been denied access to the educational system, to the economic system, to the political system, to the social system, but black folk. Don't you let anybody compare themselves with you. And that's why I said a few minutes ago, use terms that isolate you and reconnect you with your history and give you a special uniqueness so that nobody can piggyback off of you. Use the word non-immigrant. If you're going to do wrong right. If you want to insist, for those in the audience who want to insist on using the word minority, then at least qualify and say we're the only involuntary minority, or we're the only planned minority. But don't use this term where it means everybody collectively. Because the whole concept of minority means to confuse the issue and defuse any resources you could have gotten. Now, where does that come from as a minority? Let's deal with that concept a second. Now, at this point in time, black people have to understand in America that if you go back to the Constitution I was talking to you about earlier, the Federalist Papers were the document upon which the Constitution was drafted. The Federalist Papers said this, that if you're going to have a social democracy, where the rule is that the majority will win and the minority will lose, then the majority has some obligations. First of all, if you use that social democracy that we're currently using, the majority have these obligations. One, it is the majority's responsibility to protect the rights of the minority. It is not your right as a minority to keep going out here marching and demonstrating. It is the dominant white society to make sure you got everything you need. That's their obligation. Point 2 in the Federalist Papers that gave the structure for the Constitution, it also says that if you use a social democracy like we have in the United States, that you cannot do anything to stop the minority from becoming the majority. And immediately after that Constitution went into effect, within a year, they enacted the immigration law to put a zero quota on blacks to make sure they stay a minority. They violated the Constitution in 1 year to make sure that you become a permanent minority. And I have not heard one black legal scholar in the United States make that an issue. None of them made it an issue. That's inappropriate behavior on the part of our legal scholars in this country. And thirdly, in the Federalist Paper, it says, and if you the majority fails to protect the rights of the minority, and if you do something to impede the minority from becoming the majority the same way you became the majority, then thirdly, that minority has no rights to abide by your laws and your rulings. Now think about that. Now I want to know where are all my black scholars and my black legal minds. Why aren't you displaying appropriate behavior and investigating that, find out why it is that you got the minority running around trying to protect itself when you know good and well it doesn't have the power and resources to do it. That's like trying to have a baby to look out for himself when you know he cannot go out and work a job and fix his own food. It's your obligation to take care of him. But nobody raised it as an issue in this country. Where all my black legal scholars should be raising issues over the fact that in this country, that the 13th Amendment that was given to black folk, that was supposed to free black folk, was never enforced. The Emancipation Proclamation was supposed to free blacks. That's what they say in the myth. But it wasn't. The Emancipation Proclamation by Lincoln was only to free those blacks that he had no authority over in the first place. He was talking about the blacks who are any black who's in a state that broke away from the United States, you're free. He doesn't have that authority, just broke away. Now, the blacks he could have freed that was still in slavery on the north side, he didn't do anything about them. To this day, they never corrected that. So legitimately, they are still enslaved. Secondly, if you put out the 13th Amendment, freeing people, or let's go to the 14th Amendment. If you go to the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment saying they hereby, forbade any kind of involuntary servitude. Then they stuck a clause in there, except when duly have been prosecuted and charged. You know what that means? What that meant was then that any white in the South who wanted to re-enslave black folk, all they'd do is come up with a charge and he can re-enslave you. And what the South did immediately after the 14th Amendment went into process, they passed what's called a Black Codes in 1865 and 66. The Black Codes then said that any black person who used to be a slave, who's now free, he must be able to show me he has a contract for employment in his hand by the 1st of January. Or therefore I can arrest you and charge you with vagrancy and put you back into a plantation and slave you again. Now, all the people knew that. They didn't raise any cane about it. Today, that's still a part of our Constitution. I don't hear my black scholars. Where's the appropriate behavior? Now, why is that important now when I talk about appropriate behavior? Because now there's a bill on the Hill where some white conservatives now want to lay claim to the 14th Amendment and say they're going to write a law called Equal Opportunity Act. What they're going to say now is that bill can be used for whites too, so that you can now not infringe on their rights. And what black folks should have done is gone back to the slaughterhouse case in 1872, which says that the 14th Amendment was strictly written for black people. That's what, in other words, whites are using the 14th Amendment for reverse discrimination charges against black folk. Now, you all follow me through on this. How can you allow somebody, if something is written on this side to help save you from this guy, how can you let him take the same law and knock your brains out on the other side with it? Am I losing you all on this now? So how can whites come around now and claim use of the 14th Amendment that was written to protect black folk from whites? And now whites are taking to use it to hit blacks with it. Where are my black lawyers and judges? And you got a black sitting on the Supreme Court now, it keeps ruling, talking about he's a constitutional authority based on the Constitution. I'm just telling you, the Constitution is knocking our brains out. I don't need no more Constitution. So, but all these questions need to be raised in our court system about what's happening to us. And nobody's doing that. So in the bottom line, what I'm saying to you is that we got major problems in society, but we keep doing all these things wrong. We are poor and impoverished because we don't build communities, as I told you a few minutes ago. Secondly, we are the richest nation on earth outside of the United States as black folk. In the world, we are the 9th richest nation on earth. We got an annual disposable income of $382 billion. But we violate all the norms of economics as black folk. That's inappropriate behavior. Your money is supposed to bounce 8 to 12 times before it leaves your community. I'm going to say that again. Black money is supposed to bounce 8 to 12 times. That means it must go through at least 8 to 12 black hands before it gets out of the Crenshaw neighborhood. 8 to 12 times. And it doesn't. Black money does not bounce one time. As soon as a black person gets paid, he's got this inexcusable denial in his mind, saying, as soon as I get paid, I'm going to run over every other black and get into the suburbs to spend it in a white store, in a white mall. And the Jews, on the other hand, their money bounced 18 times before it leaves their community. You look at the discrepancy between one bouncing not once and once bouncing 18 times. Black people right now spend 95% of their money outside of their own communities. They spend 5% in their communities. In their communities, they spend 3% of that with non-black owned businesses. Black folk try to live off of 2% of their disposable income. They keep 2% every year. Then they take that 2% and put it into a saving account, a bank, and then they can't even get a loan from the white bank they put it into. Now, anybody's right mind knows that it's humanly impossible for you to live off of 2% of your income. It can't be done, but we keep trying to do the impossible. Why do we keep trying to live off of 2% and you know it can't be done? So what happens then is every night, every black community in America goes bankrupt when the last non-black in a black community closes up the store, cleans out the cash register, and goes home. We go bankrupt from that night until the next morning. And the reason we're doing that, the reason we're so impoverished, is because other groups are also boycotting us. We don't have any business structures in our neighborhoods because others are boycotting you. As long as you live, you'll never see a white person because his money is bouncing in his own community. So he's not going to let his money bounce in your community. So when he gets money, he keeps it. You don't see him getting in his car on a Saturday morning, like this morning, driving down to a black neighborhood, getting out of his car, going into a black store, buying a black-made product. He doesn't do that. If he does do that, I told y'all before, take a picture of it if you see it. It might be very valuable one day. Every black I know tries to get into Chinatown every Friday and Saturday evening. Have you ever seen Chinese trying to get into a black neighborhood to buy anything? Then why do you keep doing it? Inappropriate behavior. You keep doing everything inappropriately, backwards. You got to quit doing it. I'm not telling you to be mean or against anybody. I'm not telling you to be against. I'm saying take care of your own people. Don't do what they're doing in slavery. And an instance of that, let me jump back into history again. On the eve of the Civil War, we had over 6,200 blacks in America that owned other slaves. 6,200 blacks were slave owners. Now, let me break that down a little more specific for if you don't understand what I'm talking about, not looking out for your own people, inappropriate behavior. Same thing out of Africa. They never changed all these things, still doing the same thing, and it's brainwashing, seeing things upside down. In New Orleans, for instance, in New Orleans, I only had 842 blacks in the city at the time. And out of the 842, 612 of them owned slaves. Because they thought they were of a different color. They called themselves Creole and mulatto, so they wouldn't enslave the rest of their people. And when blacks tried to break free in New Orleans, out in the parish, the Jefferson Parish, the blacks went and joined the whites to put down a black revolt. And not only did they put it down, they helped slaughter the blacks. They chopped our heads off and put a head on a pole or something like every 100 yards, all leading all the way into New Orleans. That's inappropriate behavior of our people. Keep doing it in your own people. And then trying to find justifiable reasons. When the day you do the same thing, it's inappropriate behavior, same kind of behavior pattern, you're still killing your people. When I ask, why don't you go to a black store and spend your money at a black store? They said, Doctor, I want to go to his store. I want to go to his store. Why? I say, well, he sells it costs too much. He charges more than the guy 3 doors down. I said, who's the guy 3 doors down? Well, he's Chinese. I said, who's the guy? Well, he's black. See, that's inappropriate behavior because they don't understand what we call cost-benefit analysis, which means where are you getting the greatest benefit? Where do you get the greatest benefit for your race and your people and your money? If you go spend $1 with a black here and you go spend $1 with a white, and the white or the Chinese takes it out of his community and uses it against you. At some point, somebody's got to be home upstairs. You got to say, yes, it might cost me a few pennies more to buy from a black, but I get more in return. Particularly if I can get him to keep that money in his neighborhood and spend it with another black person. They said, well, what if his merchandise is bad? And you go down there and tell him. You go down there and tell him, let me tell you something. You got 6 months to clean up this place. You got 6 months to put in a better quality product. You got 6 months to start putting up better security and lighting in here. And you got 6 months to change your negative attitude. And hold them accountable. We must have an accountability system for our merchants and say you got a responsibility. Now, I just got back from Detroit, Michigan last week, and my mother is old now and sort of senile, and my sister is also got some handicapping problems. She went down and bought a ham. And in Detroit, Michigan, almost all your key essentials are owned by whites, by Arabs, your gas station, your food stores. She showed me a ham she was going to fix that day. And she said, this doesn't look right. She said, will you take a look at it for me? I looked at it, and it had that slime on it. I said, where'd you get that? She said, I got it from Savon's Arab store down the street there where they sell the groceries. And I'd already looked in it, and I could smell the rotten meat when I come in the store. And it's all the stores in the city, because they're not black-owned stores. I said, cut that ham open, let me see it. She cut the ham open, and now you're going to see the pus oozing out of it. And said, I'm going back on the radio in about 2 days back in Detroit. I'm going to ask every black in that city to close down all those darn stores. They got to quit doing that to black folk. And they go over and buy old vegetables from the main supermarket and bring them to the black neighborhoods. And I said, some black leadership, and this city has got a black mayor, a black city council, a black chief of police, a black school superintendent, a black mayor. How can you let people sell your people? Like my mother, an 80-year-old woman, sell her infested rotten meat with maggots in it. Inappropriate behavior. And they keep saying, well, Dr. Adams, we're electing the blacks, they're going downtown, they're representing, then pull them out of office. You get people out of office and don't support anybody in your community that won't support you in the black community. I don't care what color he is. Pull them out of office. How do you pull them off? You pull them out of office through accountability, recalls, and if you can't get to them, boycott whoever puts them in office. We got to get wealth and power as quick as we can if we're going to survive. The time is running out. We need money. We don't need jobs, we need money. And in conclusion, there's one lady told me, she said, Dr. Adams, she said, I love everything you say, but you got to quit talking about money all the time. I said, why? She said, because money is not everything. So I said, tell me what money is not. She said, well, money can't buy you love. I said, I'll tell you what. I said, without finance, it won't be any romance. She said, you know, you can make all those smart statements you want. I tell you what, I bet you money won't take you to heaven. I said, I tell you what, you let money take me as far as it can, I'll get off and walk the rest of the way. So in my last thing, she said, well, I'll tell you what. She says, I don't care what you say, Dr. Adams. As far as I'm concerned, money is the root of all evil. I said, you're right. I said, because when I don't have any money and my people don't have anything, I am evil. Okay? So I thank you and I love you.
Private school tuition for Clarence Thomas's grandnephew.
Amid controversy,
Activists paid Ginny Thomas thousands of dollars.
their histories,
Ginny Thomas grew up with Republican activism.
their influence.
The idea that I won't be told what to think just because of the color of my skin animated Clarence Thomas.
Overturning Roe versus Wade.
Now, Clarence and Ginny Thomas, politics, power, and the Supreme Court.
Some people might call it payback, others might call it the fulfillment of his dreams.
In the days before the 2020 election,
A massive impact on the American judiciary.
a decisive moment.
Clarence Thomas, Amy Coney Barrett. Folks, do you know how big this is? This is huge.
Presiding over the ceremony, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
You solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution.
Amy Coney Barrett had chosen Thomas to swear her in.
So help me God.
So help me God.
A sign of transformation inside the High Court.
It's a moment of victory for Clarence Thomas. He's now become the center of the court. And I think he would say he won.
Justice Thomas has developed into one of the leading lights on the court, if not the leading lights. This is why it's often referred to as the Thomas Court now. He really is sort of the ideological and intellectual center of gravity on the court.
In the front row, Thomas's wife, Ginny.
It was a momentous moment. Ginny Thomas is as good as any, maybe the best embodiment of the American right today. She's a true believer. She has always been on the far right. Her politics are all about this politics of fear and anger. That's Ginny Thomas.
Two powerful conservatives on the court and in politics, pursuing a shared vision.
This duo of Clarence Thomas and Ginny Thomas, they are the it couple of the far right.
Two lives shaped by history.
Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Politics.
The American women do not want ERA. They do not want abortion.
And race.
Affirmative action is not equality.
Leaving an indelible mark on America.
The conservative majority overturning Roe versus Wade, the right to choose abortion.
Challenging the use of race in college admissions, which could have an impact on affirmative action.
In a nation freighted with division and upheaval, the Thomases have found their moment.
They are one and the same in how they look at their opponents. It's a war with the other side.
My earliest memories are those of Pinpoint, Georgia, a life far removed in space and time.
Clarence Thomas's journey to the center of American power began as far away as one can get from it.
He came up poor, very poor, from a marginal community. They talk about marginalized and underrepresented communities. Well, the Geechee dialect-speaking, Sea Island-dwelling, poor black people of the 1950s, which is when he was coming along, were as marginal, I can imagine, as you could get within the context of American society.
In 1955, my brother and I went to live with my mother in Savannah. We lived in one room in a tenement. We shared a kitchen with other tenants, and we had a common bathroom in the backyard, which was unworkable and unusable. It was hard, but it was all we had and all there was.
His father left early and moved away. His mother was a single mother. His mother married many times. He didn't have a relationship with any of, not his biological dad or any that came afterwards.
His mom has talked to me about how that was a very bleak period of her life when she had to do, but she said, but I had to do what I had to do.
Desperate, Clarence's mother, Leola Williams, gave up the boys, sending them to live at their grandfather's house.
Clarence had been rescued from a life of poverty and ended up in a house that had a toilet, running water, and his ability to go to school every day.
But life with his grandfather, Myers Anderson, had its own challenges.
He was tough, he was hard. I don't think empathy might have been his strongest point.
I interviewed Clarence Thomas's mother. She described that the grandfather would lock Clarence Thomas and his little brother in the hall closet and not let them out for punishment. And he also whipped them with a belt quite routinely.
His grandfather beat the two boys quite often, whenever it was that they didn't do something fast enough or well enough. He was physically, mentally, verbally abusive to both of the boys. Probably the unhappiest that he's ever been in his life was the time that he spent in his grandfather's house.
Things weren't much easier for Clarence out in segregated Savannah.
Savannah would have been divided on racial lines. And when I say that, don't just think that I'm talking white, black. We had racial divides among the black community.
They had the brown bag rule. Your complexion. It is either equal to the brown bag or lighter. Anything darker, it was ridiculed or derogated in some way.
Thomas wrote about it in his autobiography.
Most of the insults aimed at me had to do with the darkness of my skin, the flatness of my nose, the kinkiness of my hair, and the way I talked. Such racial slurs stung all the more for having come from my own people.
The issues of class and race have always been at the heart of how Thomas has seen himself. That's the prism through which he sees his own life. And at every turn, there is a racial dimension to his life that he talks about.
Clarence was, frankly, never comfortable around the black people in Georgia. Clarence had been ridiculed by the children in that area around Pinpoint, and he was nicknamed ABC for America's Blackest Child. So from an early age, Clarence really felt estranged, I think, from his entire community.
The resentment and anger that can provoke within the darker skinned and blacker individuals also not so pretty. It's a psychologically debilitating aspect of African American experience, this kind of class, color, prejudice that operates amongst Black Americans.
I guess the thing I remember most about Clarence is him as an altar boy. Whenever father needed to find altar boys, all my classmates and all would hide. Clarence would volunteer.
He had a grandfather who was a devout Catholic and wanted him to have the Catholic experience.
His grandfather paid $20 a year for Clarence to attend St. Benedict School.
Our teachers the nuns were called the nuns in Savannah. In other words, they were assigned to educate black kids.
Whatever our circumstances, the nuns treated us all with respect and insisted that we do our best, though some of them insisted harder than others.
One of the nuns paid special attention to Clarence.
Sister Mary Virgilius, my 8th grade teacher, took a no-nonsense, high expectations approach to teaching, which may be why she got the most out of me.
I think his nurturing came from them because it wasn't coming from his immediate family. I don't think he had the nurturing of parents and whatever we would normally get, and the nuns and the priests provided that for him.
The Catholic Church can be a refuge from everything else that's going on in your life. I wanted to be a nun before I hit puberty. And so it was not surprising to me that he would want to go into the seminary.
Clarence excelled at the school, and before long, the nuns began to tout him as a role model.
The nuns, that's all they talked about. Clarence Thomas is going to be our first black priest in Savannah, and you should really admire him for that, young boys and young girls.
He is hard-driving and ambitious and very hard-working. He's trying to prove himself. You can sort of see in him from this early period that it's kind of like, I'll show them. And I don't care if you reject me. I'm going to make it anyway, and I'll show you.
If Clarence Thomas struggled in the segregated South, in the middle of America, his future wife, Jenny Lamp, was living a seemingly picture-perfect life.
The thing about the Midwest is that the largest feature of the landscape is the sky. There's like over 180 degrees of sky. I suppose a long vista gives you a sense that there's something beyond. You know, there's something more out there.
Leave it to Beaver.
Beaver, what's the matter with your eye? Which eye, Mom?
I remember watching Leave It to Beaver and thinking as a child, well, that's my neighborhood. That's where I'm growing up. The kind of American dream locale in the 1960s and early 70s.
Kurt Anderson grew up across the street from Ginny.
Where we lived was this prosperous, all-white neighborhood, except for the housekeepers and cleaners. It was easy to go for days, weeks, months, forever without seeing black people, frankly, is what it was.
She came from within almost a walled bastion, you know?
Scott Bange was her high school boyfriend.
There was no exposure in her life to somebody who was a high school kid and drank, or smoked weed, or did all those things that I thought were normal and high school kids did. She was a pretty good little girl.
She was just kind of a non-exceptional, you know, middle-of-the-pack girl in these giant classes of 750 people.
She was involved in things like pep club. And then she became something they called warrior woman. She would like lead the marching band and all these, you know, people carrying pennants and whatnot.
But at home, there was something underneath the everyday suburban veneer.
She's the youngest child of a very prosperous real estate developer. Her mom was a homemaker and political activist. They were leading what looked outwardly like an idyllic suburban lifestyle.
I've heard Ginny Thomas say that she was sort of the mistake child, that she was born a lot later. So her parents were very politically engaged. They thought they were done having children, and then comes along Ginny. They would take her to these Republican rallies, and so she grew up with Republican activism, and obviously it took.
It was a Republican activism beyond the norm, even in conservative Omaha.
I first became familiar with the Lamps from my parents talking about them as what they called black hats. That was their phrase for extreme, far-right, John Birchie Republicans.
The Lamps were immersed in a growing culture of right-wing fear-mongering, like this film from supporters of presidential candidate Barry Goldwater.
Our streets are not safe. Immorality begins to flourish. Violence pits American against American. We don't want this.
It's there in this film. Shots of the city. of newsstands with pornography on it, and fast cars, and kids doing the twist and topless dancing, and the whole realm of cultural, boogeymen.
Demoralization, chaos. This is the change, the other America that the people slowly wake up to. In the streets, the mob. Mobocracy.
As Ginny was growing up, the conflicts of the 1960s were being broadcast on television.
And I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
There you are, you're a preteen, and you're a sponge, right?
He's in a march this morning to the county courthouse at Selma, Alabama.
Television had really expanded.
The whole black nation has to be put together as a black army.
Everything came right into your living room, so to speak, every night.
In response, the lamps were drawn to the John Birch Society.
The civil rights movement, as we know it today, is simply part of a worldwide movement organized and directed by communists to enslave all mankind.
The John Birch Society became a code word for very far out there right-wing beliefs and activities.
Their objective is not communist conquest, it's anarchy. Breakdown of law and order, helplessness.
For young Ginny, it left an impression.
Circling communist might.
You can see so many echoes in the John Birch Society of what became QAnon and other sort of far-right radical conspiracy theories. And, this was a very sort of black and white point of view that made politics into war. That was the kind of the mindset that Ginny Lamp grew up in.
In Gullah, the name of this poem is Dem Fo Gals, okay? God stick by you, chillin'. You got much a good thing, fling bout.
As a child, Clarence had grown up speaking the language of the enslaved people of Georgia.
It's called Gullah Geechee.
And when we greeted people, we say, how una datu.
We used to call it Pidgin English, but I think it was a French flavor to it.
As one of only 2 black students attending a high school seminary, the vestiges of that dialect made him a target of ridicule.
Not only does it remind everybody around him that he's different, it also reminds them that he's of a lower caste. It has to be monumental for him.
Father Coleman told me matter-of-factly that I didn't speak standard English and that I would have to learn how to talk properly if I didn't want to be thought inferior. His blunt words hit me like a slap in the face.
That moment stuck with him for the rest of his life.
Clarence, when he got really relaxed, would revert to some of those ways of phrasing and that accent. But he was always extremely conscious of how he pronounced words because he had been forced to do that.
When the justice was on the high court, he was famous for not speaking during oral argument. And one of the explanations he would offer for that was because he was embarrassed about how he talked, even though that was so far in the past that no one who knows the present-day Clarence Thomas would think that that would be a concern of his, but it indeed was.
His days living in the white seminary shaped him in other ways, too.
He was in a dormitory living on that campus, so it had to be tough. When somebody says something derogatory to you in that environment, you got to deal with it because you're there 24/7.
At night, before he'd go to sleep now and then, there'd be a laughter in the room and someone would say, "Clarence, smile so we can see you," that kind of thing.
When they put the lights out at night, his peers would shout for hours at night, keep him up.
After he entered the major seminary, one event would become a turning point.
I have some very sad news for all of you and people who love peace all over the world. And that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis.
After Martin Luther King is assassinated, that day he hears his fellow seminarians say, "Good, I hope the SOB dies." It's crushing to him. It's absolutely crushing.
Our hero is murdered, and you're dancing on his grave, so to speak. These are not my people, the people who would dance on his grave. What am I doing with them? Where am I? Who am I? This kind of thing. You begin to ask yourself, what am I buying into here?
I tore off the beliefs I had learned from the nuns. I knew what was wrong, who to blame for it, and what to do about it. I was an angry black man.
That seminary was too much for him. He had to leave. It was heart-wrenching. Not only did he leave the religion that sustained him, but he was also living there. And so he had to go back to this household where he was treated like a dog.
Had to be tremendously painstaking. You're going to disappoint so many people. Your grandfather, the black community, the black Catholic community in Savannah. All these people are looking for you to be the first black priest.
The grandfather's saying, "What? You're leaving the seminary? You're out of my house. I'm cutting you off. You're not going to be supported." And again, Thomas is abandoned, right? He's left alone. He's left to fend for himself.
"I'm finished helping you," he said. "You'll have to figure it out yourself. You'll probably end up like your no-good daddy or those other no-good pinpoint Negroes."
Instead of the grandfather being sympathetic and compassionate and loving and hugging him and saying, "I love you no matter what," or whatever a normal person would do, he excoriated him and told him that he was a failure and expressed his dire disappointment.
Over the years, Thomas would downplay this image of his grandfather and express admiration for the man who gave him a home as a child.
I mean, the grandfather is in the title of his autobiography, My Grandfather's Son. That's how he thought of himself. But the picture that he paints in that book is completely the opposite of how Clarence described his grandfather to me.
Thanks to all of you, and now let's on to Chicago and let's win there.
One day, I turned on the radio while making my sandwich. I heard that Bobby Kennedy had been shot.
Oh, my God. Senator Kennedy has been shot.
I fell to my knees and burst into tears.
That's it, Raper. Get it. Get the gun, Raper. Okay, now hold on to the guy. Hold on.
I felt the blind, self-destructive rage that haunted so many of the people I knew.
The crowd is running, and the police are chasing them into Jackson, into Grant Park.
Surely the time for politeness and nonviolent protest was over. Look what it had done for Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy.
We aren't going to put up with their nonsense, with their irrationality, with their murder any longer.
The more injustice I saw, the angrier I became.
We're going to shoot the cops who are shooting our black brothers in the back in this country. That's where we're going.
And the angrier I became, the more injustice I saw. And the more I read about the Black Power movement, the more I wanted to be a part of it.
Lasima Tusinda Bila Shaka, which means we shall conquer without a doubt. Black Power.
Now Clarence Thomas, budding campus radical, would pursue his education elsewhere. He received a scholarship to a private college in Massachusetts.
At the point when Clarence Thomas got into Holy Cross, the school was actually actively looking for black students. The president of Holy Cross, Johnny Brooks, who set up this program, described it as affirmative action. That's what opened the doors for him.
Holy Cross, Catholic, all male, more than 2,000 white students, 27 black students, many of them as frustrated as Clarence was.
No, I was pissed off. I had evolved from being hopeful to being pissed off. A lot of young people in America was pissed off, and they weren't seeking a reconciliation, okay? They're seeking a coup, change the whole thing.
We all involved in it. I was involved in the protests. He was, literally everybody who went up there. And we, those of us from the South, we were right there with them saying, yeah, man, we want to push.
He definitely was inspired by the Black Panthers. He dressed like them, he talked like them. He had a beret, he had army fatigues, and he had the army boots.
He wore an afro. He was out there with everyone else. I think it was positive because he had a group. He wasn't alone now. He became part of his group.
I don't know if he had a well-formed political philosophy before he got to Holy Cross. Maybe he was simply going along. But the years, 1968, 1969, gosh, I was there. And the forces of conformity to a sense of outraged fury, resistance, the throwing off of oppression by any means necessary. It was very seductive, it was very compelling to many, many people, among whom was Clarence Thomas.
And he had a hero, Malcolm X.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary.
He had a poster of Malcolm X in his dorm room.
Justice Thomas boasted at one point he had read all of his speeches. And he said at one time he could quote you some of them by heart. I mean, so he really did pay attention to Malcolm X.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Clarence Thomas's activism culminated in his junior year as protests broke out 40 miles away in Harvard Square.
An estimated 2,000 radical students from the greater Boston area decided to march to Cambridge and continue demonstrating.
We drank our way to Harvard Square, where our disorderly parade deteriorated into a full-scale riot.
The demonstration then turned into the most extreme civil disorder in Cambridge history. 4,000 students against 2,000 police.
The police fired rounds of tear gas into the crowd. But that didn't deter us, and we kept on rioting well into the night. I got back to campus at 4 in the morning, horrified by what I'd just done.
All over the United States yesterday, there were anti-war protests, most of them peaceful. One was not at Harvard University last night.
Nearly 200 people were injured. 40 students were arrested.
I had let myself be swept up by an angry mob for no good reason, other than that I too was angry.
It's certainly something he talks about a lot. Here I am in Harvard Square and like this mini riot. Like, what am I doing here, right? What am I doing?
He was conflicted about what he'd done, who he was, what he stood for.
I don't think anything about Clarence Thomas is simple. I mean, he's a bundle of contradictions, and it seems like there's just always so much inner tension within him. Yes, he was radical like his peers, but not as radical. And he broke with them in various ways. And he's always breaking with whatever the dominant political trope is. He says, you know, he's always talking about how he's not going to do what's fashionable. He wants to be different.
He set about remaking himself. Gone was the Black Panther uniform. Proving his grandfather wrong, he excelled at school, graduating near the top of his class. And the next day, he married his college girlfriend, Kathy Ambush.
I asked him, why did you marry her? And he said, because she was the first woman who was nice to me. He always had a problem with women. He regarded himself as not attractive at all. He regarded women as being pretty mean to him or indifferent to him. And this was the first woman who did not show that. So he married her.
I would like to thank my husband, Fred, for letting me come today. I love to say that because it irritates the women's livers more than anything that I say.
Phyllis Schlafly was a colorful, dynamic, anti-feminist, right-wing reactionary.
As Jenny Lamp was growing up, Phyllis Schlafly was a role model. Her mother, Marjorie, was a prominent member of Schlafly's group.
The American women do not want ERA. They do not want abortion. They do not want lesbian privileges. And they do not want universal child care in the hands of the government.
What she saw in Phyllis Schlafly and her mom was no excuses. You don't need affirmative action. You don't need women's kind of special accommodations. You make your own fate, you create your own path, and you lean in. It doesn't have to be the liberal way. You can also do it the Republican way.
They were waging a battle against the ERA, Equal Rights Amendment.
This one woman, Schlafly, pretty much single-handedly stopped a whole movement and killed the Equal Rights Amendment. It really was an example of what you could do as a conservative woman leading a crusade.
And we can build this into a mighty movement that can set America on the right path. Then conquer we must. For our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust.
Ginny's inspired. She wants to go into politics. She wants to go to law school. She wants to be like this and like her mom.
Ginny watched as her mom ran for the state legislature and wrote dozens of letters to the editor of the local newspaper.
Aren't you all getting sick and tired of the news media and liberals taking off in all directions to persecute Republicans, particularly President Nixon and Vice President Agnew? Mrs. Donald G. Lamp.
By 12, Ginny was writing her own letters.
I am 12 years old, but I don't understand why they can ban all products with cyclamates in them when they aren't even sure they cause cancer. Why don't they ban cigarettes? They know cigarettes cause cancer. Jenny Lamp.
She would become a page at the Republican Women's Conference.
To you, the great silent majority.
Following her mom to see Richard Nixon.
Of my fellow Americans, I ask for your support.
Instead of, as so many teenagers do, faced with that at that time, reject it and go get high and wear jeans and tell their parents to get out of here, she obviously embraced it and kept embracing it and never stopped embracing it. It's simply saying, yes, Mom and Dad, I'm just like you and I'm proud to be just like you.
In many families, you don't talk about politics at the dinner table, right? But that was important to her parents. And it leads to that manichaeistic view between good and evil. And if you look at things in terms of good and evil, you end up angry, you're bitter, you don't accept defeats. And so it takes you to a really dark place when politics is your focus.
To the tables down at Maurice, to the place where Louis dwells.
After Holy Cross, Clarence Thomas was off to a very different world once again, Yale Law School. It was a chance to leave Pinpoint far behind, defy his grandfather's prophecy, and get positioned to make real money.
We know what the reputation of Yale is. You got a network of folks in all walks of life in the legal community, and all you got to say is, man, I'm a Yale alum, and bam, you got a job. That was our perception.
He had thought, well, you know what? I just go make me a bunch of money, maybe go to New York and be a lawyer.
He and Kathy moved into married student housing. They made a connection with their neighbor.
We were both in married student housing. He set up his study room in what should have been, a joint storage room.
His classmate, John Bolton, would become UN ambassador, Undersecretary of State, and National Security Advisor.
And we started talking and talked for the next 2 years, basically, and that's where we got to know each other.
Over time, Thomas would open up to Bolton.
I don't think he was terribly happy at the law school. Look, people at Yale Law School, generically speaking, are a pretty arrogant group. They think that they're going to rule the world. For example, in the year ahead of us were Bill and Hillary Clinton. That was kind of the atmosphere. I don't think Clarence came with that in mind for himself, and I think it was kind of off-putting.
There are other black students there, but again, the black students who are there, he doesn't feel they are like him. He's not part of the elite. They're, in his mind, privileged kids, the sons and daughters of doctors and lawyers. So he feels, again, like the outcast.
He believed that people assumed he was there as a beneficiary of affirmative action, and it grated on him.
He has this feeling of, I'm around these white students who he senses question his presence at Yale. How is it that you, not just you, Clarence Thomas, but all you black students are here? Is it because of merit, or is it because of affirmative action? There was one law professor, Ralph Winter, who, in a challenging way, mentioned this. People don't think, you deserve to be here, that kind of thing. And Thomas doesn't take it as a challenge, he takes it as a slight.
Rather than try to fit in, Thomas tried to stand out.
He dressed in overalls and a T-shirt. It was kind of a uniform. Neither one of us was terribly rich, so I didn't wear overalls, but I understood what it meant for him.
With Clarence Thomas, what you see is somebody who's isolating himself. And he's kind of saying, I don't want to try to join you, maybe because he doesn't want to be rejected again.
After 3 years of Yale Law School, graduation was nearing. But Clarence Thomas wasn't getting the offers he expected from prestigious law firms.
He was saying that he wasn't getting the kind of offers that other students were getting. And we couldn't understand it. We thought that, you're at Yale, and if you're not getting offers, something's wrong, because that's the whole purpose of going to those schools.
Thomas would never forget the sting of those rejections.
He said he would keep stacks of rejection letters he had gotten from law firms. Even when he was like a Supreme Court justice, he had these letters just to sort of remind him of those, again, this feeling of rejection by kind of the elite law firms.
He had his Yale law degree, and he had a 10-cent stamp stuck to it. You know, like a 10-cent price tag stuck to it. Because he's like, yeah, this is what it's worth, right? 10 cents, right? No more.
He came to blame affirmative action for the rejection he felt.
Now I knew what a law degree from Yale was worth when it bore the taint of racial preference. I was humiliated and desperate.
He thought that his degree was devalued, that he didn't get the same kind of cachet out of the degree once he was looking for a job and trying to move in his career. He assumed that others were assuming that it's a Yale law degree, but with an asterisk next to it.
I disagree. I disagree totally.
Orion Douglas had a strikingly similar academic journey to Clarence Thomas's. Scholarship to Holy Cross, law school, eventually becoming a judge.
I ain't gonna blame affirmative action for not getting a job when you never was offered the job for 100 years before, okay? The system was still there, the infrastructure for separation, discrimination was still there. It was still the segregated mindset of white America.
Ronald Reagan's presidential campaign rocked the world of conservative Republicans. They called it a revolution, and Ginny and her mom were there, watching as Reagan used a catchy phrase to describe it.
For those who've abandoned hope, we'll restore hope and we'll welcome them into a great national crusade to make America great again.
Ginny headed to Washington, hoping to do her part, break into politics.
I spoke to her brother, Russell, and he said, you know, Mom was a big politician and Ginny wanted to be like Mom. And I think Ginny actually came to Washington thinking that she might run for Congress one day.
She was prodigious. She worked very hard, morning, noon, and night, and certainly didn't need anybody to light a fire under. She was very, very anxious to perform and to deliver.
She was young, she was fairly new to Washington. She was someone who wanted to do things in the world, wanted to accomplish something, had a sense of being on a mission.
But Washington was a far cry from life in Omaha.
She got to Washington bright-eyed and idealistic from the Midwest, and her mom and dad weren't there, her older siblings weren't around. It's easy to get lost in Washington. People drink, people sleep with their bosses, people do all kinds of crazy things.
During this time, Ginny suffered a traumatic experience, something she later described in People magazine.
I was once sexually harassed at work. It wasn't verbal harassment, it was physical. It was something I had put way down in the recesses of my mind.
She had mentioned to me that she'd had an incident with sexual harassment. She didn't want to get into the details of it, so I didn't know much about it. I just knew that there had been some trauma involved. And she was someone who felt kind of alone in the world and was looking for not only companionship, but for the tools that she needed to reattach to the world, to create the relationships that she thought would make her healthier.
She was drawn to a controversial self-help group called LifeSpring.
In your life, up until now, whether you consider yourself successful or not, you've really done the best you can. This program is an invitation for you to open up new areas for success.
The program gave her a sense of belonging, a group of other searcher-type people who felt lost or lonely, who now came together and go through a deeply intense experience of exposing their emotions to one another, hugging a lot, crying together.
does not hurt. It feels wonderful. I'm okay.
She was deeply impressed. She felt that she had been reborn almost. It was a spiritual, religious experience for her.
At first, Ginny was feeling pretty good about it and felt like it was maybe, strengthening her. But then there were some troubling exercises.
Nobody ever helped me.
One of them was something called the stripper, where they stood in a U shape and they disrobed, they took off their clothes, and they made fun of people's bodies and the fat people. And she realized that this was sort of more than just spiritual journey, that this was some kind of cult-like stripping down of the self, and it was dangerous.
Ginny's parents and closest friends were also worried.
Ginny felt that she'd been misled, led astray, and so she wanted to get out. And she turned to a deprogrammer, a counselor, for help in getting out.
Hi, I was in LifeSpring, and I was what I considered to be deprogrammed. And
she was somebody who had been to hell and back, and she was going to stand up and speak publicly about, about saving others from a similar fate.
When you come away from a cult, you have to find yourself, and what was it that made you get into that group, and what open questions are there that still need to be answered.
She was angry that she had fallen victim to a group like this. When she goes into something, she does it fully, with all her heart. And when she leaves something and feels betrayed and angry, she is against it with all her heart.
So all those things that got me to LifeSpring are still there. And I guess I struggle with not going overboard and fighting the cults, but I know that's important too.
I spoke to her minister, and I guess he gave me the greatest insight into her. He said that she's a very, very trusting person that you have to be careful with. He told me that he thought it was that kind of trusting quality that led her to LifeSpring, that she believed in them until she was burned.
How are you? My golly. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
He was 38 years old in the Oval Office with the President of the United States.
He's one of the highest-ranking African-American officials in the government. And he's seen as someone, certainly on the rise. People already are eyeing him, thinking, well, maybe we could get this guy prepared for a Supreme Court seat.
He'd paid his dues by being the front man for Reagan on issues of race.
I think that the president has really been treated unfairly in the media with respect to his views of minorities.
Especially affirmative action, which Thomas came to see as deeply flawed and insincere.
Where you do run into the conflict is when you have a system set up under the guise of affirmative action that is called preferential treatment.
He's playing the role of a black conservative. He's playing the role of a black Reaganite.
The president has been singularly supportive. He supports us where it counts.
He's giving the Reagan administration cover so that when people say, the Reagan administration is racist, Reagan said, well, you can't say that. Look at these people over here. Look at this guy, Clarence Thomas. He's black.
I support you. I'll do anything to make this effort work.
Look at what he's saying. He's with us.
This has been the highlight of my career. I guess I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
For Clarence Thomas, it had been a long journey to the White House. Unable to get a prestigious job out of law school, he'd settled for a low-paying job as a staff lawyer for the Republican Attorney General from Missouri, Jack Danforth.
When I first met Clarence, I told him that I would offer him more work on less pay than anybody else interviewing at Yale Law School, and he took the job.
He followed Danforth to the United States Senate, where he worked as a staffer.
Danforth offers Clarence Thomas a job in Washington, which is kind of a turning point in Clarence Thomas's career. He has said that he wants to be a big courtroom litigator and make a ton of money, but that's not really happening. I think at this point what you can see is he's ambitious. He decides maybe he can make it in government. He can get to the top there faster than in corporate America.
But as he rose in Washington, there was trouble in his personal life.
Moving to Washington had done nothing to ease the dissatisfaction I felt with my marriage. I hated myself for my inability to be the loving, devoted husband Kathy deserved.
His marriage was falling apart. He was struggling to raise his young son and dealing with crippling debt.
They're young. They had a son early. It was very difficult, I think, to keep that marriage together in the early years, and I think they just kind of drifted apart.
I grew despondent and resigned. I drank more heavily than ever before. I knew I was on the road to trouble.
When I first met Clarence, he, more than anything else, is a very angry person. He was self-medicating when I met him with alcohol.
Lillian McEwen was a lawyer for Senator Joe Biden on the Judiciary Committee. She met Thomas as he was going through a divorce.
Clarence was in the midst of a lot of changes in his life. And so I would pretty much just listen to whatever it was that he had to say about his childhood, about what was going on with him.
As they began dating, Lillian found Clarence to be ambitious and determined.
I would say that every act that Clarence performed at work and socially was always geared toward getting ahead and making sure that he was doing what was necessary to take the next step, whatever that was.
The idea has already occurred to him by 1981 that if he plays his cards right, he could be on the Supreme Court. He's telling people that. 1981, this is so long before it happens, but he's got a plan in the back of his mind, and he knows that he needs to keep doing the right things, punching the right cards, meeting the right people, making the right friends, and it might happen.
One important step, he had joined a small circle of conservative black Republicans.
You're an ambitious, black person. You have a Yale Law School degree. It makes a lot of sense to go where the line is shorter. So it's a long line with the Democrats. A lot of people over there. Much shorter line with the Republicans.
He'd been tilting conservative since leaving law school, and now began to flesh out his conservative ideology. He reconnected with his former Yale classmate.
At one point, he said, "Can you send me some books or something that might be worth reading?" And so I put together a bunch of things I thought he might be interested in reading and sent him out. I think he went through clearly an evolution. He had certainly become much more conservative, really outside of Yale Law School, out in the real world.
You've heard about Clarence Thomas, but not by name. He is one of the black people now on center stage in American politics. He is a Republican.
Thomas would put himself in the spotlight, making controversial comments in the Washington Post.
Thomas is also a man who has a sister on welfare back in his home state of Georgia, but he feels that he must be opposed to welfare because of the dependency it can breed in a person. She, his sister, gets mad when the mailman is late with her welfare check, he says. That is how dependent she is. What's worse is that now her kids feel entitled to the check too. They have no motivation for doing better or getting out of that situation.
It hit pretty hard. Folks in Savannah, their first reaction was, why would you talk about your sister in public? You know, we don't do that. That's not Black Savannah. You know, if you got something to say about your sister, you don't like what she did or whatever, you don't publicize that. You know, you keep that in the family.
But in Reagan's Washington, the article propelled Thomas.
Ronald Reagan, was famous for denouncing welfare queens. So, wow, here is, a Yale Law School graduate who's African American and who's talking about how terrible it is that his sister was on welfare. That was like manna from heaven for Ronald Reagan.
Reagan elevated Thomas to run the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
This is a real journey that Clarence Thomas makes from modest, humble origins to the top of one's profession and ultimately to a leading position in American government.
Now, for the first time in his life, Clarence Thomas was in charge. But people who knew him then saw disturbing changes.
His personality, his aggressiveness sexually, everything changed. He became a different person after he got that job. He stopped drinking alcohol, so he was not self-medicating anymore. And his mood swings were quite obvious.
He never really seemed to be anyone who took any particular joy in anything unless it was denigrating someone or somebody, and then he'd just guffaw after he made such a comment.
Angela Wright was Thomas's communications director.
I think he really, really wanted to just sort of prove to conservative white people that, he was their guy. He just took such pride in denigrating Black people. He is taking stereotypes and laughing at them and making white people feel comfortable in his presence because he's the first one to make the racial joke.
He comes up with derogatory nicknames for people. He bullies some of the weaker people. He makes fun of them. He's supposed to be running an organization that protects, for instance, older people in the workplace. And he tells his underlings to get rid of an older guy in the office because he's too old. He says he's got one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel.
There was a woman on his staff who was a little person. And I remember him specifically saying, forgive my language, but this is what he said. She got that big ass. Despite the fact that sexual harassment was against the law, people just let it roll off.
Eventually, Thomas fired Angela Wright, and Lillian McEwen concluded she'd had it with Clarence.
I just couldn't tolerate it anymore. I didn't like what he was becoming. I didn't like the speeches that he was giving. I didn't like the positions that he was taking. I didn't like the embrace that he was getting from the most horrible people in the Republican Party. I couldn't tolerate it. This was his plan. This was his karma. This was how he wanted to go through the world. But I wanted nothing to do with it.
Ginny Lamp finally met the man of her dreams.
We first met in the spring of 1986 at an affirmative action conference in New York City. Clarence was then EEOC chairman. I was a labor relations attorney at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
When she sat in that meeting with him for the first time and saw him, what she saw, in her own words, was a powerful man.
And they kind of strike up a friendship at this conference. They're both there speaking. They get a cab together, you know, and that kind of, you know, touches off this romance.
She shared a taxi with him to the airport. When she asked him, how do you feel about being a black man in the Reagan administration? How do you deal with critics? And he pulled out his wallet and showed her the prayers that he recites every day that kind of fortify him.
Keep a clear eye toward life's end. Do not forget your purpose and destiny as God's creature.
She said it was a humbling experience seeing a person who lived their values, their Christian values. For her, I think that was the moment of connection.
Just a few months later, Ginny and Clarence were engaged.
The whole thing is so improbable. It's a novel. It's a novel I wouldn't believe. It's just that these people in such dissimilar worlds end up getting together and being of such enormous political consequence. You can't make it up. It's so extraordinary.
But they had important similarities.
Clarence Thomas is at odds with the civil rights movement. He's against affirmative action. Ginny Thomas is at odds with the feminist movement, and she's opposed to equal pay for women. In some ways, they really have a lot in common, politically and in terms of sort of where they position themselves in sort of opposition to the politics of their own generation.
Soon, out in Omaha, Ginny Lamp became Ginny Thomas.
When she got married to Justice Thomas back in Omaha, she didn't tell people that she was marrying a black man. She just said, I'm getting married. And so the guests show up at the wedding and they're shocked that she's marrying a black guy. And one of her relatives was quoted in the Washington Post as saying, well, we were surprised when he turned out to be black, but you know, when we got to know him, he's so good to her that it made up for him being black. And so it was obvious this person, and maybe others, thought him being black was a bad thing.
Those who knew him from his Black Power days at Holy Cross were also surprised.
Thomas, when he was a student at Holy Cross, he was sort of adamantly opposed to interracial marriage. He thought that black people should marry black people and, we should embrace this community. And he would even point out interracial couples.
I found it a little ironic to evolve from that position to being married to a white lady. Okay, well, that's how life does it. I never thought when he was at Holy Cross that he'd be part of Ronald Reagan's team also. But you follow the path that God puts before us. And I guess God sent him to Ginny, I don't know. I'll leave that up between them.
A stunning decision at the Supreme Court. Thurgood Marshall announced his retirement from the Supreme Court today.
On a court that's leaning to the conservative right, his departure signals a major change for the court.
The great Thurgood Marshall, Mr. Civil Rights, retires.
I'm old. I'm getting old and coming apart.
The search is on for a Supreme Court nominee with the retirement of Justice Thurgood Marshall.
Is the president expecting pressure to appoint another black American?
You bet he is, Peter. I think that pressure is bound to be forthcoming.
The Washington rumor mill is gone into overdrive this morning, trying to think.
President Bush said he would pick someone representative of all Americans.
But should that person be black?
Well, I am very pleased to announce that I will nominate Clarence Thomas to serve as Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
Clarence Thomas is nominated. Now, immediately there's certain things that happen that, get my attention first. Did race have anything to do with this?
What I did was look for the best man, and the fact that he is black and a minority has nothing to do with this, in the sense that he is the best qualified at this time, and we have.
Well, I mean, who believes that? Clarence Thomas stands to be one of the great beneficiaries in American life of affirmative action.
President. He was only 43 years old. He'd spent just 1 year as a federal appeals court judge. But he'd built a strong reputation as a conservative and strong connections with Washington Republicans.
He got there through networking. He was in the right place at the right time. He had the right support people behind him. He was connected pretty well.
He had settled on the 43-year-old appeals court judge, Clarence Thomas.
Replacing the court's first and only African-American with another African-American.
Reaction has been flowing and ricocheting ever since.
Clarence Thomas is a self-made man with many self-made enemies.
Liberals have been scared about Clarence Thomas for years.
What impact will Clarence Thomas have on the High Court?
I thought I'd be able to sneak in. Oh, sure. Thanks. Thanks now.
He could not have been prepared for the mob of still photographers, TV cameras, reporters, police, and senators which engulfed him this morning.
It promises to be a political, ideological, and cultural event of historic proportions.
The hearing will come to order. Good morning, Judge. Welcome to the blinding lights.
The Democrats, politically, they were in a very difficult position. It's very difficult to attack an African-American judge, and they wanted to befriend him, not attack him.
God bless you for it.
Certainly that was true for Biden.
Heck, you are 6, 7 years younger than I'm 48. How old are you, Judge? 42, 3?
Well, I've aged over the last 10 weeks, but 43.
43 years old.
He was advised, I know this, to be very careful, to be very modest. They're going to ask you about every controversial issue that has ever come before the Supreme Court.
In the area of civil rights, I don't remember or recall participating.
He's told to just basically sit there like a potted plant and don't say too much. It's insulting in a way, but he does what he's told.
I think that to take a position would undermine my ability to be impartial.
There did come a point at which people said, well, hold it. Maybe you don't know enough to be a justice.
Would undermine my impartiality, really undermine my ability to be impartial.
It was just laughable.
Clarence Thomas basically played the role so well as a cipher that he'd said things that seemed just on the surface very hard to believe, such as that he had never, ever debated the Roe v. Wade decision.
What I'm trying to do, Senator, is to respond to your question and at the same time not offer a particular view on this difficult issue of abortion that would undermine my impartiality.
It plays into his fears, if you will, because he's very sensitive, more than that, to how people perceive him. Right? He worries about how people see him as a black man. So that had to bother him.
But as the hearings concluded, it seemed like confirmation was imminent. Senator Jack Danforth had shepherded Thomas through the process.
I can remember thinking, well, we've got, however many votes. There was no question that he was going to get confirmed, so we've got this. So I just felt, I didn't feel threatened that there was any threat at all.
Clarence Thomas ran into trouble today.
Questions are growing over charges of sexual harassment against Thomas.
The FBI did indeed interview Anita Hill, a former subordinate of Thomas's.
The effect was to create chaos.
and a great deal of uncertainty about what would happen to Clarence Thomas's nomination.
Tonight, with the potential for political explosion on Capitol Hill.
It was one of those explosions where no one in Washington knew what was going to happen, not even the White House.
Trouble today for Clarence Thomas. Enough trouble that some senators are calling for a postponement of this week's confirmation vote.
These 11th-hour sexual harassment charges stunned Washington.
He'll emphasize she has nothing to gain by making allegations against Thomas and resents those who question her motives.
I went out to his house. There was a big media stakeout outside of his house.
That was excellent. Excellent driving.
And so I went in. I have never had an experience like that. Ever. Still haven't. Because he was a broken man. He was just broken. He couldn't sleep, according to his wife. He was in a fetal position in bed. He couldn't eat. And it was, boy. I mean, to see somebody you care about suffering that much, and it was just terrible.
I lay across the bed and curled up in a fetal position, tired beyond imagining. I felt like a marathon runner who had hit the wall. All my reserves were used up.
The stage is set for what everyone anticipates will be a brutal hearing.
Later that week, Anita Hill testified.
Now in the nation's capital and before the world, an emotional dispute of historic proportions.
Professor, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thomas was at home.
members of the committee,
He told Ginny he wouldn't watch,
my name is Anita F. Hill.
but she did.
His conversations were very vivid. He spoke about acts that he had seen in pornographic films involving such matters as women having sex with animals and films showing group sex or rape scenes.
It was incredibly compelling television. You know, she was gorgeous, composed, obviously projecting sincerity.
On other occasions, he referred to the size of his own penis as being larger than normal. And he also spoke on some occasions of the pleasures he had given to women with oral sex. He said that if I ever told anyone of his behavior, that it would ruin his career.
There's an anger and suspicion that washes over Ginny Thomas. She sees others attacking her husband, attacking her, attacking their core beliefs. She sees that outside world that's attacking her as something that needs to be beaten down, as something that needs to be destroyed.
It was spiritual warfare, good versus evil. We were fighting something we didn't understand. We needed God.
It's a reprisal of the kind of ideology Ginny Thomas had from her Birch Society days. They regarded their opponents as enemies and practically, satanic. So she says, you've got to fight back against the sort of evil tormentors.
That night, the Thomases traveled back to the Capitol, to Jack Danforth's office.
We sat with Thomas. He with Jack, Danforth, Thomas. There weren't very many people in the room. And I just looked over and I said, did this happen? He said, I'm torn to bits. This didn't happen. And I told him my theory of political life: an attack unanswered is an attack believed. Not only that, but agreed to. And he was teary.
I told him that he should go up and look at the senators, and Senator Ted Kennedy was on that program, and he should quote the Bible, and he should say, "Judge not that you be not judged, condemn not that you be not condemned, senators." He wouldn't say that.
Thomas had something else in mind.
He just sat there in my office, and it was darkened and it was quiet. That was when he said to me, "Jack, you know what this is? It's a lynching. It's a high-tech lynching." I said, "Clarence, if that's the way you feel, go up and say it."
The hearing will come to order.
Clarence Thomas had people standing behind him, first and foremost his wife, who, by her presence, made it obvious that she believed that these were lies. She had to be there.
I felt such anger and revulsion looking at some of those senators. I was watching them and I felt like my eyes were laser beams. They wouldn't look at me. These little people, they seemed so small, and our purpose seemed so great.
Judge, it's a tough day and tough night for you, I know. Let me ask, do you have anything you'd like to say? Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Senator, I would like to start by saying unequivocally, uncategorically, that I deny each and every single allegation against me today that suggested in any way that I had conversations of a sexual nature or about pornographic material with Anita Hill, that I ever attempted to date her, that I ever had any personal sexual interest in her, or that I in any way ever harassed her.
His testimony was very much, sort of absolute, against stark, black and white. Nope. I can't think of a way of reconciling the stories, right? That wouldn't mean that someone perjured. But clearly someone lied.
I think that this today is a travesty. I think that it is disgusting. I think something is dreadfully wrong with this country.
That's the real Clarence Thomas. They've come for me at the jugular, and I'm a man. I am a man here before you. I'm furious about the way I'm being treated. You're gonna do what you're gonna do, but I'm gonna hold a dignified line in defense of my integrity.
This is a circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching. You will be lynched, destroyed, caricatured by a committee of the U.S. Senate rather than hung from a tree.
When everything was on the line, he knew what to say. High-tech lynching. There are a lot of people who rush to his side. They disagree with him. They disagree with him about lots of things. But he blew that whistle, and there were lots of black people who immediately went to his side.
We're sitting there saying, give it to him, Clarence. Give it to him. We done been here before. We had to live through this in Savannah. When they try to beat you down, what do? You fight back. That's the way we do it here. And so we were very proud of him, and we were roaring him on.
In a moment, the politics had changed. Chairman Biden and the committee moved quickly.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, and the nays are 48.
Within days, Clarence Thomas had realized his ambitions.
The nomination of Clarence Thomas of Georgia is hereby confirmed.
A permanent seat on the United States Supreme Court. But he would never forget those who had opposed him.
He invited me to come and visit him in his chambers. And if I were a novelist, this is how I would paint the scene. He sits back in his chair, he puts his feet up on his desk, he takes a puff on the cigar, and he says, "I'm gonna be here forever." They've had their say. Now, in my leisure, I will have my say. I'm here, I'm planted, they're gonna have to deal with me, I'll be here forever. He was gonna get his, as it were, revenge simply by putting one foot in front of the other day in, day out, year in and year out, and they can make all the noise, they can scream like banshees. They can scream, but the fact of the matter is, I'm gonna be writing those opinions.
Spoke about acts that he had seen in pornographic films.
The Anita Hill allegations would not go away.
I deny each and every single allegation against me today.
Well, I'm just sitting there thinking, I'm just saying, this man is a liar, is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, lie, lie.
Biden's committee never called Angela Wright or a number of other witnesses to testify.
The comments range from pressing me about why I didn't go out with him to remarks about my personal appearance.
Anita Hill is probably telling the truth, because I can remember him asking me what size my boobs were, asking me about going out with him, even though I'd expressed no interest in going out with him.
There were other women, and they didn't get a chance to testify. There was the speechwriter, the older woman, Rose Jourdain, who talked to Angela Wright about her experiences. There was a woman named Kay Savage, who was willing to describe that she'd gone to Clarence Thomas's apartment and that he had a huge interest in pornography.
I deny that I had conversations about pornographic material with Anita Hill.
Watching as well, Lillian McEwen, who dated Thomas during his time at the EEOC.
Clarence is one of those guys who look at women as sexual objects. That's it. And he doesn't bother to hide it.
He talked about pornographic materials depicting individuals with large penises or large breasts.
He had stacks of magazines with pictures of genitalia and also women's huge breasts. That was pretty much what was men's and women's genitalia. That was pretty much what his collection consisted of.
For others, it was the little details that stood out.
He went over to his desk to get the Coke, looked at the can, and asked, "Who has put pubic hair on my Coke?"
I heard him say that before. He said it before. We were in the Hogan Campus Center, and a group of us black students were walking by, and he says, "Oh, look, is that pubic hair on the Coke can?" Those were the exact words he used then, and I heard it later on when Anita Hill spoke it. So I believe what she said. She was telling the truth.
He liked adult films. He made jokes. Thomas was inappropriate and things like that. That all stack up on Anita Hill's side of the ledger. So, I think if I had to say who lied, it was Thomas.
Both Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas were under oath. So one of them was perjuring themselves. And the problem was, if the person who was lying was Clarence Thomas, it was someone who was going to be one of 9 of the most important judges in America for the rest of his life and for decades to come. Somebody with enormous unchecked power, somebody who could decide the fate of many, many other people. So much was hanging in the balance, and it has ever since.
Clarence Thomas had prevailed, but he saw his accomplishment questioned, even dismissed once again.
Immediately after that confirmation in the early 1990s, I can remember some of these commentators dismissing him, writing him off, giving him the back of his hand, calling him second-rate, stupid, incompetent, venal, and whatever.
There are other black Americans that are out there, that are qualified, that are bright.
And I don't think he's qualified. I think he's a second-rate jurist and an opportunist and not totally honest about a lot of things.
In those early years, Thomas was overshadowed by another conservative justice, Antonin Scalia.
You have Scalia, who is this gregarious, big, large figure and is the dominant conservative on the court.
Look, Scalia cast a giant shadow because he was Nino Scalia. He was one of the most powerful intellects ever to sit on the United States Supreme Court.
Many people looked at Thomas as kind of Scalia-lite. Somebody that did not have the heft and the intellectual firepower and the ability to debate.
Thomas told people he stopped reading mainstream news. Instead, he relied on two primary sources, his wife and Rush Limbaugh.
Greetings and welcome back. Rush Limbaugh. I knew he didn't do it. I knew Clarence Thomas didn't do it. Anita Hill's stories about Clarence Thomas were not true.
He would listen to Rush Limbaugh as he was doing a long commute, and he would have court staff tape record it so he could listen to it when he was commuting.
Your attempt to assuage all of your white guilt by supporting Obama is worthless because you know he's not a real black. If any race of people should not have guilt about slavery, it's Caucasians.
The two became close friends.
The fear was Clarence Thomas has confirmed he then becomes the most powerful, influential black man in America. And he's not a Democrat, and he's not a liberal.
Thomas even presided over one of Limbaugh's weddings.
Throughout his career, he's been willing to do things that were certainly eyebrow-raising. Justice Thomas, seemed to relish his close relationship with Rush Limbaugh as a way of, giving the finger to people who, he didn't like.
A misogynist is a guy who hates women almost as much as women hate women.
Thomas was establishing his place in the world of white conservative Republicans.
He found another group to accept him. He found the conservatives. He found the powerful. He found the rich. He found all these other people who will accept him. And not necessarily because they like him, but because he's powerful.
One of those wealthy conservatives was Harlan Crow.
Harlan Crow has given millions of dollars to Republican candidates. And Crow has taken a special interest in funding groups that are involved specifically in trying to shape the law and the courts, trying to sort of push the law in a conservative direction.
Their friendship was commemorated with a painting.
This was a painting that Harlan Crow commissioned. We have Clarence Thomas and Harlan Crow both smoking cigars, and across from them is Leonard Leo. Leonard Leo is one of the leaders of the Federalist Society. He is widely regarded as, a principal architect of the Supreme Court and the judiciary's turn to the right.
Crow even helped fund a documentary that aired on PBS promoting Thomas as a humble man.
One of Clarence's biggest loves is when he can get away from Washington, D.C. and be on the road in his motorhome.
I don't have any problem with going to Europe, but I prefer the United States. I prefer the RV parks. I prefer the Walmart parking lots. I come from regular stock, and I prefer that. I prefer being around that.
But out of the public eye, Thomas was living a very different life.
Harlan Crow has been taking Clarence Thomas on luxury vacations really around the world for more than 20 years. So we're talking flights on his private jet, cruises on his very, very large yacht in places like Indonesia and New Zealand, stays at Harlan Crow's resort up in the Adirondacks. Compared to somebody that's a partner at a big DC law firm that might be making $2 or $3 million a year, like these Supreme Court justices are paupers. Thomas could not afford to take the kinds of vacations that Crow is taking him on.
Crow has denied any wrongdoing, and Thomas says he wasn't required to disclose who paid for the trips, which were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It shows that he is comfortable accepting largesse at a scale that has no known precedent in the modern history of the U.S. Supreme Court.
And Crow paid tens of thousands of dollars for Thomas's grandnephew to attend private boarding schools. Crow also purchased Thomas's childhood home directly from him and other relatives.
After Crow bought Thomas's mother's house, she continued to live there for about going on 10 years now, which obviously puts Crow in the rather unusual position of being the landlord, effectively, to a sitting Supreme Court justice's mother.
Crow even gave Ginny Thomas's conservative advocacy group $500,000. It paid her a salary of $120,000.
When you have a friendship, even if it's a genuine friendship, and there's an enormous amount of money being spent by one party on gifts and real estate deals, that pushes the relationship into a totally different light.
Crow and Thomas described their relationship as a normal friendship, but their ties have raised questions about the High Court's independence. And Thomas's opinions have often been in line with the conservative politics of his friends. In Gore v. Bush, he provided one of the crucial 5 votes for delivering the White House to the Republicans.
The Democrat Party accused the Supreme Court of being rigged for Bush.
He insisted that key parts of the Voting Rights Act were unconstitutional.
The end of a key element of the Voting Rights Act in 1965.
He argued against laws regulating guns.
What do Democrats want? Your guns.
He called for the overturn of Roe v. Wade.
Roses are red, violets are blue. See you later. I aborted you.
And on one of his most personal issues, he declared he would ban affirmative action.
Affirmative action is not equality. Clarence Thomas, what a godsend. You give me a country run by Clarence Thomas, and I would sign up for it tomorrow.
The closer Thomas aligned with the conservative world, the greater the divide with the politics and perspective of the world he'd grown up in.
Look, he voted against the Voting Rights Act. We grew up in Savannah when King was marching and struggling and dying to pass the Voting Rights Act. How can the African-American community, how are they to perceive it? And why would he do it? I think the overall opinion of the African-American community was he's no longer us, he's them.
In many parts of Black America, he is not celebrated. In fact, in much of Black America, just the opposite. He's derided. His name stands for something. You know, to pull a Clarence Thomas, that means something. To pull a Clarence Thomas means to use your blackness to, reach a high place and then turn your back on it. That is to pull a Clarence Thomas. Gosh, he knows that, and he cannot be happy with that.
You want to be thought of as a good Black man or woman, not as a traitor or a turncoat, a sellout. On the other hand, the idea that I will think for myself and I won't be told what to think just because of the color of my skin is one that very powerfully animated Clarence Thomas. If somebody's going to tell me I'm not black, because thinking for myself, I arrived at certain conclusions that they didn't like, you question my authenticity, you question my legitimacy, I take umbrage at that. I don't appreciate that.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. At the tone, please record your message.
Good morning, Anita Hill. It's Jenny Thomas, and I just wanted to reach across the airwaves and the years and ask you to consider something. I would love you to consider an apology sometime and some full explanation of why you did what you did with my husband.
It had been nearly 2 decades since the confirmation hearings.
So give it some thought. I certainly pray about this and hope that one day you'll help us understand why you did what you did. Okay, have a good day.
Jenny Thomas had been rising inside the Republican Party.
Republican politics keep moving toward her, and it keeps moving right. And there she is, right where it's moving, each step along the way.
The Republican revolution of election '94 moved the whole political landscape sharply to the right.
When hard-right Republicans seized control of the House, Jenny became an aide to one of the leaders, Dick Armey.
She shared my values, my beliefs, and my understanding of the world.
They called him Dr. No.
I enjoy calling the left down. They're a bunch of damn clowns. I think they should be mocked and ridiculed. And I think they should be given no deference whatsoever. They're foolish and selfish.
Years later, as the Tea Party rose up, Jenny Thomas, the pep rally warrior woman, cheered them on.
They think they can intimidate you. They think they can demoralize you.
Jenny Thomas seems to absolutely adore the Tea Party movement.
Are you going to be intimidated? Me either. Are you going to be demoralized? Me either.
These are people who are ordinary people rising up in anger against the government. It's very much kind of an echo of the same strain in American politics that she grew up in the John Birch Society. And these become her people.
And they say a storm was coming. They ain't seen nothing yet, right? Woo!
As republicanism itself has changed and gotten more nationalistic and more populist and more aggressive, and in my view, less defensible, she's sort of blown with those winds as well.
While her husband was very limited in what he could do or say politically, she saw herself as having more running room, more freedom to get out there and play a hands-on role in rallying and organizing conservatives. She saw herself as on the same mission as her husband, but in a much more partisan, political, hands-on, practical kind of way.
She came to Washington hoping to run for Congress, and she found another path to power. She's fully committed to politics. She's fully committed to her beliefs and her agenda. She's going to make a difference in the world. She just had to find a different way.
We're up against a very big battle. There may be some dark days ahead. I know there's dark days ahead.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
Clarence and Jenny Thomas's power reached a new level when Donald Trump was elected president.
Our radical Democrat opponents are driven by hatred, prejudice, and rage. They want to destroy you, and they want to destroy our country as we know it.
Donald Trump is a divider. who, very much like Ginny Thomas, sort of sees America's political divisions as fights, wars, good versus evil.
The radical left are trying to rip our nation apart.
We're up against a fascist left, and so this is a battle. They're coming for my husband, they're coming for President Trump.
What's interesting is she became a voice for pushing Trump even further to the right.
May we all have guns and concealed carry to handle what's coming. By the way,
Justice Clarence Thomas of the Supreme Court of the United States and Mrs. Virginia Thomas.
In the Trump White House, the Thomases were honored guests. And now, after the death of Justice Scalia, it was Clarence Thomas who was feted as a hero of MAGA Republicans.
With Scalia's passing, the attention just started focusing on Thomas. People are paying more attention, particularly on the right, to what Thomas is saying, and seeing that, as those of us who know him always knew, he's his own man.
Trump moved to secure Thomas's hold on the court, appointing 3 new conservative justices.
I will nominate Judge Neil Gorsuch, Judge Brett Kavanaugh, Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
This gave Clarence Thomas, for the first time in all the time he'd been on the court, a group of justices who would side with him, and it gave him power. He became kind of the leader, in many ways, of the conservative wing of the court, and the conservative wing of the court ruled. They would have normally called it the Roberts Court, but everybody began to see it as the Thomas Court.
Ginny Thomas was expanding her own influence, too. She had direct access to the White House to lobby the administration.
It's no secret that Ginny Thomas wields power because of who her husband is. She gets doors opened for her. She gets invited into the important rooms, into the important discussions, because her husband is Clarence Thomas.
Here's Ginny being Phyllis Schlafly, but at the center of things of power in Washington. Phyllis Schlafly never had the person-to-person political on-the-ground influence, I think, and centrality that Ginny Thomas has carved out for herself.
But then, the 2020 election.
The Fox News decision desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will win Pennsylvania and Nevada.
He is President-elect Joseph Robinette Biden.
Become the 46th President of the United States.
Ginny is absolutely shattered. She's upset in a way that is very sincere and genuine. She truly believes that Joe Biden is a force of immense evil who is going to destroy America. Remember, Joe Biden presided over Clarence Thomas's confirmation hearings. So Ginny views Biden not just as any regular presidential candidate, but as almost a personal enemy.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
As MAGA protesters were taking to the streets, Ginny Thomas was working from the inside. She texted messages to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
Do not concede. It takes time for the army who is gathering for his back. You guys fold, the evil just moves fast down underneath you all.
In those text messages, it's not just texting Mark Meadows, it's saying that she could send emails to Jared Kushner. It's that she was working directly with congressional staffs. All of that is revealed.
Denver Riggleman was a former Republican congressman and investigator for the January 6th committee. He helped uncover the text messages.
You know, by the first text message, I knew that we had an issue, right? She's referring to a bizarre conspiracy theorist who talked about this incredible operation where the Biden crime family should go to Gitmo. And I had to read it about 10 times.
Biden crime family and ballot fraud co-conspirators are being arrested and detained for ballot fraud right now and over coming days, and will be living in barges off Gitmo to face military tribunals for sedition.
Ginny had something of a break with reality. Because even though we've seen her say a lot of stuff that's out there. We had not until this point seen her promote conspiracy theories on the level of QAnon with such vigor and certitude.
Make a plan. Release the Kraken and save us from the left taking America down.
Riggleman is convinced Justice Thomas had to know what his wife was doing, even though the couple has said they keep their work lives separate.
When you have the wife of a Supreme Court justice who they both have called each other their best friends and said that they do everything together, it would defy common sense to think that they weren't discussing this.
This is spiritual warfare, as you must feel, Mark. It is about America continuing and this lonely leader and man. We are living through what feels like the end of America. Amazing times. The end of liberty.
She has this very dark Manichaean view. You're either good or you're evil, and everything is a battle between good and evil. And no wonder then she advocates extreme steps in her text to Mark Meadows, because for her, the battle between Biden and Trump, just like the battle between Republicans and Democrats on anything, is good versus evil. We're good, they're evil.
On the morning of January 6th, as Trump supporters gathered, Ginny Thomas was there among the crowd, posting on Facebook.
It's unprecedented and extraordinary that the wife of a Supreme Court justice, one of 9 who's on the court for life, that she was basically advocating for the overthrow of democracy in America.
God bless each of you standing up or praying.
I mean, it's a scary thought. It's a dangerous feeling situation.
Not long after Ginny Thomas says she left, Trump supporters breached the Capitol in an attempt to overturn the election.
United States is now sitting.
Clarence Thomas's prominence on the Supreme Court continues to grow.
Just as Trump is leaving office, Thomas is coming into his own and commanding a true majority on the court.
And once again, the stakes are enormously high. Clarence Thomas and his fellow conservatives are set to dominate on issues like affirmative action, voting rights, religion, free speech.
The Thomas court is not just extremely conservative, but extremely uninterested in concepts of judicial restraint and respect for precedent. The Thomas court is in a hurry to shift the law rapidly to the right.
The conservative majority by a 6-3 vote overturning Roe versus Wade, the right to choose abortion.
The Thomas Court has overturned nearly 50 years of precedent on abortion.
He's been very disciplined, very persistent, and over the years has really pulled the court over towards the right and has become, extremely influential in American legal circles. I must say, I don't think that people would have thought that he would be able to pull that off, and he has.
It's a court with an energized conservative majority that's already demonstrated it is ready and willing to overturn decades of precedent and settled law.
Now the court is facing a decision on an issue that has hovered around Clarence Thomas his entire life.
Challenging the use of race in college admissions, which could have an impact on affirmative action.
If you look at where the Supreme Court is right now, in many ways it's implementing the political agenda and imposing the views of people like Clarence Thomas and Ginny Thomas. Some people might call it payback, others might call it the fulfillment of his dreams.
Clarence and Ginny Thomas had arrived at the pinnacle of American power, but they brought with them the divisions, grievances, and the bitter approach to politics that had shaped them.
We already know too little about Clarence Thomas and Jenny Thomas's entanglements.
The controversy continuing to follow them.
Clarence Thomas has refused to recuse himself from Supreme Court cases related to Trump and the election.
It'll just roll off his back like water off of a duck's back. They're out to get me. They're going to use anything they can to get me. I've got a very clear view of where I'm trying to go and what I'm trying to do, and I'm not going to look left or right.
Ginny Thomas has publicly denied any conflict of interest between her activism and her husband's work.
Their personal scandals.
In Clarence Thomas's case, this is not the first ethics incident, even in recent years.
Now fueling doubts about the legitimacy of the court itself.
The Supreme Court trust hitting an all-time low.
The court no longer has the confidence of the American people because of its own behavior.
And that is something that hurts the institution of the Supreme Court.
What is troubling is what happens to a democracy when the people don't trust the Supreme Court anymore.
For more on this and other Frontline programs, visit our website at pbs.org/frontline. Frontline's Clarence and Ginny Thomas, Politics, Power, and the Supreme Court is available on Amazon Prime Video.
Sometimes I think he's not normal.
If that's what you think.
As you know, we're in the middle of the biggest shake-up in the history of British intelligence.
So the world needs a new James Bond.
After a long search, finally we found the right choice. Everyone hand up applause to MI6 newest James Bond.
Thank you for choosing me as your new 007.
With all of us at MI6 not really expecting, but I feel there's this mutual respect, curiosity about the other.
You thought this town needed you. It's bigger than you.
Something's coming.
Look, if you have information, I'd be happy to receive it. I don't know what you're playing at, but whatever it is, it has to stop.
Get in!
What are you doing? Going in alone, no plan, no backup.
I'm reckless and irresponsible.
Who is this handsome gentleman? What's your name?
My name is Bond. James Bond.
Thank you guys for watching. Subscribe for more. And if you're already a big fan of Machem TV, I invite you by becoming a member today to get exclusive videos and see your name recognized by millions in trailers. Till next time, never stop dreaming.
I'm Tony Brown, executive producer of Black Journal. Welcome to Black Leaders 73. This program has been pre-recorded, and you will not be able at this time to phone in any questions. The questions that you hear were directed in some instances to specific panelists, and in other instances they were not. Some of the panelists had not been advertised, and we do not have a number of questions for them. However, they have been encouraged to answer any questions, no matter to whom they are directed. For the next 90 minutes, we will present an unedited two-way communication system between you and our Congress of Black Spokesmen. We will be using television as an instrument of positive social reform, allowing Black America to question members of her leadership and make herself heard collectively. Our guests are Judge William Booth, President, American Committee on Africa; Hayward Burns, National Director, National Conference of Black Lawyers; Berkeley Burrell, President, National Business League; Stokely Carmichael, All African People's Revolutionary Party; Angela Davis, National United Committee to Free All Political Prisoners; Fannie Lou Hamer, Director, Mississippi Freedom Farm Corporation; Nelson Johnson, National Chairman, Youth Organization for Black Unity; William Lucy, International Secretary-Treasurer, American Federation of Federal, State, County, and Municipal Employees, and the Chairman of the Steering Committee of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists; the Honorable Percy Sutton, President of the Borough of Manhattan; the Honorable Louis Stokes, Democrat of Ohio and Chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus; Cindy J. Williams, Jr., President, National Association of Black Social Workers; and James D. Williams, National Urban League. One of our panelists was unable to be with us and wired us his regrets. The following telegram is from Mr. Stanley Scott, Special Assistant to the President of the United States. I will now read his telegram. Deeply regret that I must cancel my appearance on your show because of an assignment recently given me on behalf of the President. I would welcome the pleasure of being your guest at a later date. With every best wishes for a very successful show, Stanley S. Scott, Special Assistant to the President. Indeed, there are many other black spokesmen, but our physical and technical capabilities have limited us. We do want the public to understand that our black leadership does include persons not on this panel. To continue to expose more of our leaders, we have invited a different group from our 1972 version. In selecting tonight's panel, we attempted to bring together a diversity of positions and philosophies, held together by the common thread of concern for all black people. May we now have our first question.
Black Leader 73, I have to tell you that we are recording your question, and we need your permission to record it and to edit it and to put it on the air.
You have my permission to do that. My name is Carl Smith from Lawton, Oklahoma. A pluralistic society in which all ethnic and racial minorities try to contribute to the mainstream and still retain their cultural identity is often advocated as a desirable goal for our country. My question is it a realistic goal? Is it possible? And if not, why?
If you didn't understand that question, I can read it to you again. He said, a pluralistic society in which all ethnic and racial minorities try to contribute to the mainstream and still retain their cultural identity is often advocated as a desirable goal for our country. My question is it a realistic goal? Is it possible? And if so, and if not, why?
That's one of the diversities, I guess, that we have among black people. I hate to say black leaders because I don't think of ourselves as black leaders. I don't think any people need leaders. We are working in the field and we're doing our job. But there is the diverse opinion. Some folks believe that you can work within the system and you can make the system work for you. Others believe you can't work within the system, you've got to have something else. I happen to be one of those who believes that although we have not progressed as we should have, and that the great masses of the people have not at all been able to use their inert talents, the talents they've got and that have been hidden by reason of cultural bias and examinations and all the rest that's happened to us through the years, that although the masses of the people have not tasted the success that is available here in this country, still I believe that it is possible, if I didn't believe it was possible, to work within the system and to retain my own cultural identity in spite of what's happening. I would have to give up my job. I'd have to give up my various positions and organizations that I belong to. I'd have to say, well, down with all organizations connected with this government. But I look upon this government as being one of men who can be changed if there's enough pressure put upon them, and if the numbers that we've got together, that black people have and related people have in this country, if we put our numbers together, we can overcome the forces against us. Otherwise, I couldn't exist in this country that way.
I would think that what our brother Judge Booth said is correct. The only question would be, what kind of change do we want? I think everybody would be for that society. The question is whether or not it could come about under the present system of this government, or whether that system must be changed. I, for one, believe that it cannot come about under the present system, a capitalist system. That system must be changed. I believe that. And I think that if we have the same objectives, then it doesn't make a difference where we work. As a matter of fact, a man working to change the system with that objective in mind can do very much inside the system once he doesn't lose sight of his objective. An example that comes to mind is that a few years ago, it was found out that one of the advisors for President Thieu was working for the Viet Cong.
I do think that we make a mistake if we talk about this in terms of absolute doctrines. If we talk about it in terms of black people and integration, or black people and separation. It seems to me that that's a false dichotomy that has been set up in terms of the way in which the debate is discussed. The real issue I feel for black people is one of empowerment and one of redefinition of the way in which black and white people are interacting in society. I feel that's what we must be about.
Well, I think that if you consider the fact that this system, this capitalist system under which we're living today, is designed in such a way that nobody except a privileged few can attempt to express themselves or contribute to anything, there's no doubt about the fact that we have to talk about revolutionizing the system before anybody can live in any kind of human fashion together. I would just like to point out the fact that I have seen with my eyes societies where people of different colors have learned how to live together, each maintaining their own cultural identity, but each fighting to build and to continue to construct a socialist revolution together. I was in Cuba not very long ago, and I saw with my own eyes how black people, brown people, and white people have reached the point where they can work in harmony towards the building of a socialist society.
Any other responses?
Let me just maybe add to what Brother Brown said over there just a moment ago. I think the key question is that certainly it's a good idea to work toward a total input by all I suppose, ethnic groups in our society, blacks and what have you. But the key thing is whether or not you have a sufficient amount of power within yourself to affect the system when the system is working against your vested interest. In school some years ago, we were taught to think of America as a melting pot, and I think the current administration has proven that there are ethnics who are unmeltable, because even though they are invisible, they are still there to identify with their own vested interests as a people. I think as black people, we've got to become concerned, first of all, with what our vested interest is in either preserving the system or changing the system. And once we make that determination, then the direction that we have to take is clear for us. For instance, if you look at the various arms or branches of government, they represent different interests, yet there is none that represents our interests. For instance, the business interest is represented by a branch. You will never find that branch going contrary to what the interest of business happens to be. Yet there's the labor interest, and only here lately have we found some differences there. But every segment of our society that represents a power lever is represented there, except people, and particularly black people. And I think we should be about the business of coming together, not in specifics as to what our interests and goals are, but certainly in generalities in terms of what we need to exist in this society.
Let me ask a question about your comment.
would it be correct to infer from your comments that you would suggest some attachment of a power mechanism for black people to the governmental apparatus as a solution to the empowerment of black people?
I think what I'm getting at is the acquiring of power within the black people themselves to affect the system in any way it needs to be affected in order to produce on behalf of the interests of black people. I'm not saying we should have a black agency. That's not what I was referring at all. I'm saying that every other ethnic group in our society has, by some means or other, acquired the power to move out of their depressed or oppressed situation, with the exception of black and brown. I think what I'm saying is that whatever that power has to be to move the government or move local structures, that's what we need to be about. And I think the vested interest should be the basis of our movement.
You know, America really is an ethnic society. And I live here in New York now, though I come from Texas, and New York has always been talked about as a melting pot. It really isn't a melting pot. We have Jews, we have Italians, we have blacks, we have Puerto Ricans, a variety of other cultures that live side by side with each other, not always happy with each other. But if we're talking about change, whether it's a change of the style of the government or an absolute change in the nature of the government to a socialist society or whatever other society, I think the thing that is fundamental to it, if we as black people are going to talk about change, one of the first things we need to do is develop some unity within ourselves. Now, that doesn't mean that all black people have to speak the same language or have the same philosophy, but we have to learn to communicate, and I think we are, in a large measure, learning to communicate with each other. And we've got to develop coalitions with others because we're a small minority. We have great power, however, if we can unite our minority with other minorities, because there are other groups of people who would wish to move in the same direction as we wish. So it doesn't make me any difference whether we're going, if I thought tomorrow we could stage the revolution and the revolution would succeed, I would give leadership to it. That is, a revolution by whatever method. But at this structure in our development, I believe the kind of revolution that is going to take place is a social revolution without bloodshed. And if this is to be so, one of the first things that must be accomplished is that black people, poor people, must unite themselves and then join forces with others.
Well, now, Harlem has been a barometer for a number of years of perhaps black feeling across the country in terms of mood. What do you see, what direction do you see the mood in Harlem going in?
I'm not too sure that Harlem has been the mood of the country. Harlem is one of the most volatile places in the country. When I travel to other places, I'm amazed at the amount of unity. We have unity in Harlem, unity in one thing, that we're different. Many of us are different. We have more nationalist organizations. We have all of the organizations you want to perceive of many of them have their facets in Harlem. No, I don't think Harlem is the mood. Harlem is a very sophisticated place. Sophisticated in the sense that we all understand the need for others of us to exist. So I could not use it as the barometer of America. But if it should be the barometer of America, I think it would be good. But I'm afraid that it is not.
Mrs. Hamer, do you see changes since you're from right in the middle of the rural South, do you see any trend there in terms of black people moving toward unity and moving away from unity? Just generally, what is going on in your area of the country?
Well, I do see more unity because the power structures in the South are forcing us to have more unity. You know, there have been a class split with the black community. That's being moved because we are finding out whether you middle class or no class is no different. As long as we black, we in the same boat. And that's forcing us to be together. Because, you know, we've seen what is happening in our schools, you know, like if a principal was a principal and was moved and become assistant principal, his job, if he's black, automatically, if he becomes assistant principal, his job automatically is to carry toilet tissue from one school to the other one and load up the bus. So he's finding that it's no different in us, and it's forcing us to get together. And I think that the change will come because we have to, it's nothing handed to us on a silver platter, and we have to work together for a change in the South.
Congressman Stokes, did your election as the new chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus indicate a new direction? And if it did not, is there a new direction for the Congressional Black Caucus?
Well, what we had to do immediately after I assumed the chairmanship was to try and evaluate our role. We found ourselves at that time being 13 black legislators out of a body of 435 congressmen, and having formed a black caucus for the purpose of trying to alleviate the conditions under which poor and black and disadvantaged people live in this country. We had to try and evaluate that role in terms of 1973 and the United States Congress, particularly in light of the present administration in Washington. As we evaluated our role, we realized that we sort of grew up overnight, and we immediately tried to be all things to all people. And for a period of 18 months, we conducted a series of conferences, a series of hearings around points of interest and concern to black and disadvantaged people in this country. And after we had developed all of the hearings and the conferences, we realized we had a great deal of data collected, a great deal of proposed legislative solutions. And so we realized that we ought to get out of the business of conducting conferences and hearings, because we had the data, we had the specifics with which to work, and propose legislation which would get at some of the solutions to some of these problems. So consequently, we decided that we would try and make the emphasis of the caucus that of a legislative thrust, that is, to add a black perspective to that legislation coming through the United States Congress, particularly in light of our work on committees, where we can fashion amendments to legislation before it even comes to the floor that would add a black perspective to that kind of legislation. And so it's with this kind of a emphasis or thrust that the Black Caucus attempted to change its direction.
I'd like to ask either Mr. Williams and or Mr. Williams, since the National Association of Black Social Workers is definitely interested in services for black people, poor people, and the Urban League is definitely in the business of institutionalizing services. How do you see the recent budget proposals or the appropriations for these service programs affecting black America, specifically during the summer months and on into the years?
The way I view it, the current Nixon administration policy is creating or will create a critical condition in the black community. They're cutting back on key services in the area of daycare, welfare, scholarships for students to attend school. Many students would not be able to attend the open school enrollment program, and etc. But even more importantly, currently in the black community, despite the statistics that have been projected by the Nixon administration, you see, we made a survey in both Harlem and Watts, and we came up with these statistics that something like 40 to 50% of blacks that are unemployed at this particular time right now. Now, with the current cutbacks, this is going to create even more unemployment. In fact, some statistics have already been thrown out by some of the black groups. There's something like 200 or 300,000 black people working in the poverty program will be affected, that are currently employed, that will be affected by the job cuts. So this is only compounding the current unemployment situation that currently exists now in the black community. So I think that we are now past the repression stage. We're in a critical point, because not only does this exist in Harlem and Watts, it exists throughout the major urban areas in the city. And I think that as black people, we're going to have to begin to speak out against this current trend, because it's having a drastic effect on the black community.
Well, Tony, to respond to that same question, that we do regard the budget cuts as disastrous, but not only in terms of the actual dollars, but the type of philosophy that these cuts have unveiled. That we're talking, well, let's just deal for a moment with the housing programs. We have to admit that some of those programs did not work. But some of those programs did not work because there was fraud involving government agencies, involving the private sector of the country. So what happens? The programs are cut out and the poor people are penalized. In other words, that we are being victimized because someone else has victimized us. And the whole question of the cuts deals with the type of philosophy that says the country has done enough for poor people, so now we'll move on to something else, that we can abolish poverty with the stroke of a pen. And so therefore that these programs are no longer needed. And anyone that needs these programs are really freeloaders whom we can do without. So we deal not only with the question of the dollar amounts, but the question of the type of philosophy that's trying to, well, that is being exemplified in this type of approach to the budget. So I think that that's the main thing.
I just want to make one point about the whole budget cutback thing, as we see it. And I think, again, we see a rather magnificent PR game being done by the Nixon administration, because the nation as a whole assumes that the cuts that are taking place are, one, to eliminate black people from the rolls, from the welfare rolls, to make life easier for the taxpayers out in the hinterland. But if you really track the statistics and see exactly who is benefiting from the programs that goes down, you will find that generally 2/3 of the people who receive benefits are white, and the other 1/3 being black. In terms of those who are receiving direct public aid or public assistance, you will find that the number increases to something like 1 out of 4. And I'm not a social worker, but just the pure and simple numbers indicate that. What has happened is that out in the Midwest, where it's becoming acceptable now to assume that discrimination is a way of life, the administration has convinced people that what we are doing is keeping your taxes down, keeping those programs. We're taking those programs out, rather, that have contributed to the inflation and all this other foolishness. I think what we have to do, and I think there's a tragedy that some of the so-called liberals who have participated in these discussions before are not speaking out on the issue now, but it's being left to black leadership to deal with the whole question of budget cutbacks. And I think that there's a real need to raise the level of awareness across the country, because we even got some black folks who are talking about, yeah, well, we should be phasing down these things. Phasing down got nothing to do with it. If you cut back on the social program, at the same time increase the defense budget, when we're supposed to be winding down our involvement in Southeast Asia, there's something out of balance there. And
Tony, I don't think, let me just piggyback what Bill Lucy said. We should not have a discussion, there should never be a discussion of welfare without some explanation to the public of what welfare really is. Lockheed is getting welfare. People who live in the suburbs, Penn Central is getting welfare.
We pay taxes.
Pardon me?
We pay taxes.
Exactly. We pay taxes. They're not only getting welfare, but not paying any taxes. But when they get it, it is called a subsidy. And of course, we could go along and give a really description to all of the things that are being done by our federal government, both here in America and abroad, that are in fact welfare. But Mr. Nixon and his crew are not talking about eliminating any of that. They're talking about expanding that.
Well, let me ask this. In his explanation, as far as he's gone to date, President Nixon, when he appeared on television explaining the Watergate situation as he saw it, did you sense that he was implying a reordering, a restructuring of priorities? When he discussed, didn't he say something to the effect that he was going to be a little more sensitive?
No, you want to know what I sense? I sensed that there was a desperate man trying to cop a plea, and then he even said a prayer for us at the end of it. No, I didn't sense that he was talking about reordering priorities. I sensed that he was trying to get through a very bad night.
And I think also that the critical thing about that performance was that he never really got to the substance of what we're dealing with. That what we got was a lot of rhetoric, a lot of waving of the flag, and then you're supposed to go away feeling that Watergate is just going to disappear. And I think that it was an unfair trick to play on the American public.
Well, we are.
It's one thing, I'm sorry, it's one thing, that is the only president in the history of my time, and I'm 56, that can talk an hour and never say nothing.
But we also have to ask ourselves what the real meaning of that Watergate affair is. And I think it's important, especially for those of us who are here this afternoon, to recognize that if the Republican Party will go that far to sabotage the Democratic Party, to sabotage that kind of opposition, what have we already been experiencing insofar as repression is concerned, and what will we as black people have to face in the future? Because there are many of us who feel that not only the Republican Party, but the Democratic Party as well is committed to upholding a system of exploitation and racism. If you look at the McGovern campaign, McGovern didn't even raise the question of racism, and he was supposed to be the far left wing of the Democratic Party. So I think it's important to see this Watergate scandal as being an indication of the real threat of fascism.
And I think that's what it is an indication of the lawlessness of law officials and the abuses of state power at the highest level. You have to take it beyond the particular example, as Ms. Davis said, of Watergate, to understand what's going on at all levels in our society as far as abuses of power by the government is concerned, particularly in political areas. If they're doing this against the established opposition, what are they doing against black people? What are they doing against political activists? What is happening with the statutes that are being passed and the people who are being appointed to the courts, the decisions the courts are rendering? What's happening at the street level in terms of the administration of justice? Then you get the full impact of just how lawless these people are, who are supposedly in charge of administering the law. When you look at the statutes the Congress has been passing, preventive detention, you see the no-knock, you see the stop and frisk, you see the Interstate Riot Act. You look at the Supreme Court of the United States consistently cutting back upon what we regard as traditional rights in this country, doing away with the non-unanimous jury. When you look at the street level, the level of violence, officially sanctioned violence that's going on in this country, the political implications of that. Look at what happened at Kent State, and Orangeburg, Jackson State, Southern University, at Attica where 43 people were killed. And you look at the way in which the grand jury is being used, and you look at the way in which agent provocateurs are being used, and if you just trace it all the way through, what we see in Watergate is just the top of the iceberg.
Look at what's happening in Wounded Knee right this moment.
I think we could talk for an hour and a half if we wanted to really expand on this point.
Well, I would like to
say this, Tony, that really the American people, should shoulder the responsibility for what is going on now, you see, because the Democrats are just alarmed of the bugging because it's affecting them. You see, the Democrats, when they were in power, they were bugging the black movement, and no one made any kind of outcry about that. The only thing now, the chicken had come home to roost, and so now that they are being affected, they are now beginning to do the outcry. We have been crying about that for years, about the invading of our privacy, the bugging during the civil rights movement, that it bugged Martin Luther King. This was well known, and no one spoke out against it. So what is happening now? See, it has been a revelation of what have been going on for years, and I think that the American people now are becoming more aware of what is going on. Now the fact is what they're going to do to begin to deal with it. But I think that I want to go back to another point also. It's very important who the president has around him. You see what I mean? If he have, let's say, crooks around him, then who only have their vested interest at heart and not going to commit the time and the energy that is necessary to design programs to deal with blacks, then we are never going to get the kind of response from the federal government that we need. And I think that this is very important because these fellows up there are more concerned about stashing suitcase full of money. In fact, the $2 million and $4 million that they're stashing away now, that money can be going into the black community helping to deal with some of the problems. And I think that until we begin to focus on these kind of situations, that we were going to be missing many of the basic points.
Stoker, you've been trying. Okay. Go ahead.
I yield to the elder statesman, my elder brother, the business sector of our community.
Well, one of the things that I keep hearing here, and I think you'd have to agree, would be that the capitalistic system in America is the system that we have to deal with, and the problem with it is that we don't have any blacks operating in it. I wonder if we would have the same kind of feeling about the capitalistic system if we were the capitalists and somebody else was sitting outside. I think we would begin then.
I would be against it.
I think that, well, Stokely says he'd be against it, and
Somebody
is exploiting me. I don't care whether he's white or black or red or yellow. As long as he's doing the exploiting, there's something basically wrong.
It's difficult, really, to say that people haven't been damaged by the free enterprise system in this country. The failure of our cities is probably a direct result of the failure of the free enterprise system to do something about it. When big business begins to move out, and leave poor people to solve the problems of poor people, then you've got a failure.
Wait a minute, you can't, I'm sorry, but you can't talk about free enterprise because there's no such thing as free enterprise. Capitalism in this day and age is monopoly capitalism. It is controlled by multi-billion-dollar firms, multinational firms. You know, it's controlled by the people like Rockefeller and Hughes and DuPont. Now, there's a real difference between those folks and the black man or woman who decides to open up a grocery store on the corner. That is not capitalism. But Richard Nixon has been trying to convince us that all we have to do is to get a little grocery store on the corner, and then all of a sudden we're black capitalists.
Well, if that's what Richard Nixon says, and I disagree with him, I'm not interested in small business as in those constructs, because it's amazing when somebody says business and the person who's black is talking about it, immediately it conjures up a little corner drugstore or grocery store or something. I wonder why it doesn't conjure up General Motors for me.
It's not possible for you.
Well, I don't know whether it is or not. I guess I'll quit working if you're convinced that that's true. But I look at all the people around here, and we've got some organizational petitions that kind of keep us from operating together to change the system that we're also convinced ought to be changed. When I ride in an airplane and look down, and I see everybody protecting their turf. The National, this is protecting its turf. These are all black groups. Anything national is black, you know. National Association of Real Estate Brokers, the National Association of Funeral Directors, the National Insurance Association, they're all black. The white ones are all American.
It's white.
The white ones are all American. I don't know how that happens.
That's because we know our nationalism.
Well, but the point I make is when I look down from an airplane and I see each one of us as organizational heads protecting our turf, I said, what the heck? We aren't protecting our turf, it's their turf. We don't have any turf. So if we don't finally come together to get a piece of the turf, then we aren't going to have any turf to protect. And I think it is possible if we begin to talk about ways of changing that.
Stokely and then Nelson.
Well, I think that the real question is that people are not clear on capitalism because capitalism is a very vicious system, but what it does is it embroideries its viciousness with all sorts of elusive terms. For example, many of us would support capitalism because we actually believe that in a capitalist system, there's a chance for us to get the same amount of money as Rockefeller gets, because we're told that under capitalism there is equality of opportunity. So that we feel that if this year we didn't make as much as Rockefeller made, then we got to work a little bit harder, and next year we're going to make it. But if we carefully examine a capitalist system, we will see that it's based on exploitation, because the viciousness of capitalism, and the reason why once black people examined we can never be for it, is that under a capitalist system, the fruits of those who labor are enjoyed by somebody else. That is, those who do the laboring, the fruits of their labor, they don't enjoy it. As a matter of fact, we could say under capitalism that the fruits of the labor of the toiling masses are enjoyed by those who do not labor. And again, as black people, we have clear examples of it. If we were to get the fruits of our labor from slavery, just from slavery, all we got to do is go to Nixon and say, hey, look, you give us the fruits of our labor from slavery and we forget the score. We would be the richest people in the country, again, because under capitalism, the individual exploits the labor of the people. Now, people get confused because this is a capitalist system and it's a developed system. It's a technological system. So they combine capitalism with technology and development, and they think that there is no other possible way to develop this rapid terms of development without going through the capitalist route. But certainly we have examples that show the opposite of that. China is a clear example of that. Cuba is, North Korea, North Vietnam. These countries certainly in Africa, where countries have chosen the socialist path, such as Tanzania, Guinea, Congo, Brazzaville, Algeria, we see that there is another way to develop and get the same type of things that we have under the capitalist system, but in a system that does not exploit each other, where all of us work and the fruits of our labor are divided evenly. Let me show you how backward capitalism is. It's a backward system. We could make two statements about capitalism to show how backward it is. About America. America is a capitalist country. It's thoroughly capitalist. It's an imperialist country. But we could say that, number one, America is the most technologically advanced country in the world. And that's an undeniable fact. It's a truism. It's a truism. America is the most scientifically developed country in the world. And right under that, we could say a second fact, which will show you how backward America is. We could say that America, in 1945, made for her people better cars than she does in 1973. And if you analyze this, you'll see how vicious the system is, because here's America with its great technological skills, its great scientific ability, and rather than making a safe car for people that will last 20 years, which they can do with the scientific knowledge that's at their fingertip, they rather take this knowledge and build a car which will break down every 2 years, so you're forced to buy another car. Thus, you see, under capitalism, what they do is they take their scientific skills, and rather than using it for the benefit of the people, they use it to further exploit the people. And certainly this type of system is too backward.
I think Nelson was next.
I concur with the position that Brother Carmichael has taken with regards to the system of capitalism. But really, I think there are two fundamental questions that we need to get into. The first one was suggested when we started, like what is possible within the context of this system and the coming together of people and that type of thing, which I think as we begin to hear the things that people are saying about capitalism, it tends to start to answer that question. I mean, as we see the very construction of this thing. But see, to me, the most important question, well, let me put it this way. I think that we have to talk, one, about the merits of capitalism, which is what a lot of the conversation has been expended on so far. But secondly, and very importantly, is once we've, begin to see that picture, we have to raise the question of how it is that we work within the framework of our existence in a capitalist system that we, I think, can agree that we oppose, at least some of us can. And then we get down to the nitty-gritty of the question that Mrs. Hamer spoke to about whether we're moving toward unity, the question of coalitions, the question of the dynamics of day-to-day work on real problems that affect us as a people. See, because we could hem and haw all day about capitalism and talk about how bad it is. Obviously, it's bad. And if you could tell me the 10 worst things in the world, I could tell you that they have been increasing in this country in the last 5 or 6 years. To give you some idea of the direction that this system that people are talking about is taking. The priorities are insane. There's no sane way of saying that people, should take care of people, that people should take care of 6 people. Things just happen based, again, on the way the system is set up. And so I think that that's, pretty clear. Second thing is the idea of how we work in unity. See, it's my notion that we have to take a second look at this question of unity, because I'm not convinced that it's all that much unity taking place in the black community today. In fact, what you see on the one hand is a uniting of certain people who are beginning to agree on a direction to take. And at the same time, you're seeing the uniting of black people who are taking another direction. Within the context of this system and within the context of our own communities. And in fact, you talk about the people being confused. Well, a lot of times the people wouldn't be quite so confused unless they heard a lot of the things that we're saying to them. Those of us who are supposed to be leaders, or at least those who put themselves in the position to say things to a lot of people. And you get more and more in the movement kind of a decay of a real quality of honestness. You get jingoism, you get you get all kinds of performances. And these kind of things are put out against the background of the deteriorating situation that we're in. And that doesn't really offer any explanation to people. But then on the other hand, you have a group of people beginning to address the question differently and to begin to see things like, you could just list the problems, the problem of jobs, the problem of education, and begin to draw some concrete analysis of that and outline some specific kinds of ways that people begin to function. So I just wanted to point out that you're really talking about two. One, capitalism, but two, and importantly, we haven't done anything to denounce capitalism unless we are able to devise some sensible way for us to organize ourselves to resist it.
Not true. We have. The largest ethnic group to condemn Nixon were black people. We've always been in the vanguard. We do that all the time.
But there's a second dimension to what I was raising. Mm-hmm. That's the one you didn't address.
No, but I think we must see it positive, because I think it's undeniable that the desire for unity is more intense in the black community today than it was yesterday, and will be more intense tomorrow. We must always see our movement as a progression. We understand there are negative factors in it, but we must look at the positive. We are more united.
Have to address the negatives in order to rectify them.
Understood, but
I don't think that we can sit here and say that, unity, is growing without ourselves addressing some of the factors that explain the disunity.
But it is growing.
I was next, and I'll yield to Brother Stone.
May I use the prerogative of the microphone? Just 1 second, please.
Okay, go ahead.
We have a number of questions, and we certainly want to have free exchange, but if we could limit our responses to responses and not speeches, then we can all have more time, and if we could do that. But I don't want to stifle anyone, but I do want to, if we can move. Now, I think the mayor was next, and then the congressman, and then may we proceed that way.
After you first.
I don't know whether the mayor of Harlem or mayor of Manhattan, but let me yield to
Borough Stone. Lou, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let me just say this. I really do not see it as being a question of capitalism versus communism, or socialism or any other form of government. I think we have to be pragmatic about what we're talking about. You're talking about living under a system that is committed to capitalism. It's not going to change to communism or socialism or any other form of government. So what do you say, what do you do when you're the oppressed and the repressed under the capitalistic form of government? You examine the system and you see how can you make changes in that system. Now, the one thing that everyone seems to have forgotten here tonight is that what you're talking about in the capitalistic form of government is power. This is the only thing that this country responds to is power, economic power and political power. And the only time that the system reacts is when you've got some of that power. And as black people, we're not going to be able to overcome in a capitalistic form of system unless you do acquire both economic and political power, as every other ethnic group in this country has done. Obviously, I think the thrust in the 70s is in that direction. I think that black communities are demonstrating greater sophistication towards the fact that if they're going to change the system, they have to do it and work within the system. They have to do it by acquiring power in both of those realms.
There's no question about the necessity of power to do anything. I mean, it's axiomatic. I mean, if we're talking about doing anything, I think the question is that the interest in which the power is addressed has to be a little bit more precisely defined. Even within the context of our own community and the use of that power by various groups within the community. I think there, again, we raise the essential question, because there is a degree of power that we have, and there's a good deal of disagreement over the way that power is being wielded.
Let me go back, if I can, Tony, to the point that Lou makes, and I agree with it 100%. You see, what we generally do is we get caught up in an awful lot of theoretical discussion about how you change things when we're really based with a very fundamental problem. Whatever change is going to come about, it's going to take some time. And rather than getting involved in dealing with the hereafter, I think we got to deal with the here and now. And that is the fact that most situations, if not all that we're dealing with, are economic situations in terms of black and poor people. Going back to the 60s, which so many participated in bring about social change, which sort of made us legitimate people in the eyes of the law. Well, we've gone through that now, and we've got probably on the books as many rights as anybody else, except that we can't enjoy them by virtue of the fact that there's no economics in our pockets to allow us to do that. We can now go to the Waldorf, but we may not can buy none, which is sort of a none-plus kind of thing. What has to happen, I think, is that people got to pull themselves into a group to function, back to what Lou says, as an economic bloc first. Secondarily, as a political bloc. And that calls for making all kinds of coalitions that I think, as the chairman of the caucus stated one time, which is a coalition of convenience, because there are other groups in the society who may not be as oppressed as blacks, but are certainly as without as blacks. And I think around economic interests, around the development of political power, you can develop a philosophy that is neither communistic, socialist, or capitalist, but the question of pragmatic politics to acquire change.
Did you want to make it?
Tony, I've watched a number of times events such as this, a number of blacks getting together who either are leaders or purport to be leaders, and their discussions, and we get off to the philosophical discussion.
paintings in this series honor Negro Leagues players as superior athletes, not as storybook legends. As the Bible says, there is a time for everything, and in the 19th and 20th century, there was a time for Negro Leagues myths. Then, players toiled in relative obscurity, so it was sometimes necessary to exaggerate individual accomplishments so the white press and wider public might take note of what was happening on diamonds across the country, and indeed, the world. Thanks to the work of countless researchers, we now have a more complete record of these remarkable players. There are still gaps in the data, but what it does show is that the best players across Black and Latin American organized baseball were more than capable of sharing AL and NL diamonds with their white contemporaries. In 2020, Major League Baseball acknowledged Negro Leaguers as Major Leaguers. But this was not an elevation, it was overdue recognition. These players are compelling without need for embellishment, and deserve to be celebrated not as mythic figures, but as real people of extraordinary accomplishments. Relegated to the margins, they rose on their own merits, and continue to rise. Today we meet them anew, rendered realistically and in exquisite color by the brush of Greg Kreindler. In the years following the Civil War, baseball captured the hearts of millions across the United States, young and old, men and women, Black and white alike. In a country so recently riven by the question of whether it was right to enslave another based on the color of their skin, the game held great promise as a unifying force, a sport that not only developed strong bodies, but strong bonds as well. But even baseball, what many were beginning to call the national game, was not free from what ailed the nation. Black baseball in the 19th century arose as a reaction, indeed a rebuke, against the wicked current of skin-deep racism still endemic to American life. Built upon a foundation of bravery, brotherhood, and an indomitable barnstorming spirit, it defied the forces arrayed against it to grow into a uniquely Black institution that in time would transcend borders and transform the world. In 1865, Octavius Catto, an educator and early activist in the fight for civil rights, founded the All-Black Pythian Baseball Club of Philadelphia. Serving as team captain and club secretary, Catto led the Pythian Club on road tours throughout the Mid-Atlantic in the summer of 1867, and that October sought membership in the National Association of Baseball Players. Despite support from convention president Hicks Hayhurst, a fellow Philadelphian, the Pythians were denied due to the color of their skin. Nevertheless, the Pythians played on, and in 1869 met the All-White Olympic Club, also of Philadelphia, in a contest described at the time as the first of its kind. Catto's campaign for equal rights on and off the diamond would be tragically cut short 2 years later in 1871, when he was attacked, shot, and killed by an election day mob. Just then, some 200 miles to the north, near Cooperstown, New York, a youth by the name of John Jackson was embarking on what would become a prolific ball-playing career. Known professionally as Bud Fowler, he'd make his minor league debut in 1878, pitching the otherwise all-white Lynn Live Oaks to victory over Tommy Bond and the reigning NL champion Red Stockings. It was Fowler's first triumph in a decades-long career as organized baseball's first Black professional. His pioneering work as a player, manager, and executive set a template for other Black pros. Men like Moses Fleetwood Walker. A star catcher for the University of Michigan, Walker would catch 42 games for the Toledo Blue Stockings of the American Association in 1884 to become the first openly Black player to reach the highest levels of organized baseball. He would also be the last for more than 60 years. By the time Walker's career ended with Syracuse in 1889, baseball's white establishment had brought the color line crashing down to block the emerging new generation of Black ball players from equal and integrated play. Among them, Saul White, a formidable infielder whose ball-playing ability was matched by his skill with the pen, White published his History of Colored Baseball in 1907. The book championed the rising strength of all black clubs in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Even in the face of forced segregation, White foresaw a bright future for his burgeoning brotherhood of black professionals. Urging players to take baseball seriously as a profession, he predicted, quote, "Honest efforts with his great ability will open an avenue in the near future wherein he may walk hand in hand with the opposite race in the greatest of all American games." White's history included an essay on batting by fellow 19th century star Grant Home Run Johnson, who, despite his nickname, encouraged a balanced approach to the plate. In 1894, Johnson teamed with Bud Fowler to form the Page Fence Giants, who'd remain a barnstorming juggernaut through the end of the decade. In 1895, the Giants added talented second baseman Charlie Grant, whose star, together with Johnson's, would burn bright well into the new century. But as the new century opened, the most fertile ground for growing black baseball was located beyond the borders of the United States. By the end of the 19th century, the baseball craze had spread to the Caribbean. The game gained major ground in Cuba in 1874 when Esteban Bayon, the first Latin-born ball player to play professionally in the U.S., organized a match between clubs from the cities of Matanzas and Havana. Cuba's Spanish authorities viewed baseball with suspicion, calling it, quote, "an anti-Spanish game with insurrectionist tendencies." They preferred bullfighting, but most Cubans embraced baseball as a symbol of freedom. And freedom followed, thanks to the shared sacrifice of black and white in the Cuban War of Independence. The ball field triumphed over the bull ring. And in the pivotal season of 1900, Chino Moran led the all-black San Francisco club to clinch the Cuban League pennant over Havana and the pitching of Luis Padrón, a victory that caused other clubs to integrate, forever erasing the color line in Cuba. During the winter season of 1906-1907, black players from the U.S. began bolstering Cuban rosters, as the likes of Pete Hill, Rube Foster, Charlie Grant, Bill Monroe, and Grant Home Run Johnson flocked to Cuba, drawn by a chance to supplement their income, hone their skills, and experience a culture free from the discrimination they regularly encountered in the U.S. Cuban players, in turn, formed friendships that opened opportunities to play in the States. Eustaquio Pedroso compiled a 2.51 ERA in competition against white clubs, including a no-hitter against the AL champion Detroit Tigers in the 1909 Cuban-American Major League Club Series. By the end of 1923, 20 of the 88 players participating in Cuba's 4-team pennant race were American Negro Leaguers, while 27 hailed from major and minor white leagues. That winter witnessed the greatest of the Cuban Winter League teams as the Leopardos de Santa Clara finished with a .766 winning percentage, paced by Cubans Jose Mendez and Alejandro Ohms, as well as American Negro Leaguers Oliver Ghost Marcel, Oscar Charleston, Dobie Moore, Heavy Johnson, Frank Warfield, Bill Holland, Reuben Curry, and Dave Brown. Cuba's combination of homegrown stars, visiting Negro Leaguers, tolerant playing conditions, and higher salaries made it a cradle for one of the greatest groupings of baseball talent in the first half of the 19th century. One of the most electrifying players to ever play in Latin America, or anywhere else, was Mississippi-born James Thomas Bell, who burst into baseball in 1922 as a 19-year-old lefty for the St. Louis Stars. Stars manager Bill Gatewood reportedly gave Bell the name Cool Papa after watching him calmly strike out feared slugger Oscar Charleston. By 1924, Bell had transformed from a sang-froid teenage knuckleballer into a switch-hitting center fielder, using his lights-out speed to spur the Stars to 3 championships. Bell's winning ways continued into the 30s with the Pittsburgh Crawfords, whose 1935 squad featured 5 future Hall of Famers, Bell among them. Before the start of the 1937 season, Cool Papa and a core of Crawford Stars were recruited to play in the Dominican League as part of a super team sponsored by the dictator Rafael Trujillo. After winning that season's Dominican League championship, Bell spent the next 4 summers mashing in Mexico, capturing the Mexican League Triple Crown in 1940. Returning to the U.S., Bell remained a force well into his 40s, capping a quarter-century-long career by playing 4 stellar seasons with the Homestead Grays. For all his merits as a ball player, Bell was also known for his clean living and strong character. One former Crawford's teammate, Ted Page, remembered Bell as having been, quote, an even better man off the field than he was on it. The first 2 decades of the 20th century saw the construction of a slew of new stadia, but most black clubs of the era lacked the capital to build similarly fixed facilities. Renting ballparks while white teams were traveling was often prohibitively expensive. So, to circumvent these problems, black clubs turned to barnstorming, which meant playing nearly every game of their schedule on the road. In the East, Saul White's Philadelphia Giants emerged as a top touring club behind 19th century great Frank Grant and the speedy yet powerful Bill Monroe. Monroe's love of taunting opponents found a frequent target in the formidable Cuban ex-Giants, whose talented core coalesced around star shortstop Grant Home Run Johnson, whose long career had by now earned him another nickname: Dad. In the West, Frank Leland's Giants were next to invincible. That is until 1909, when the St. Paul Gophers captured the colored championship, helped by the fact that Leland star pitcher Rube Foster was injured. For Leland, worse was to come. In April 1910, Foster took control of the team from him in court. Already a star, Foster was well on his way to becoming a legend. In Indiana, C.I. Taylor transformed the West Baden Sprudels into some of the toughest outs in the West, moving the team to Indianapolis in 1914 to become one of Foster's fiercest rivals. Back east, the Brooklyn Royal Giants and Lincoln Giants emerged as top clubs, while the Florida Hotel League offered top players a chance to play for pay during the winter season. On May 5, 1912, J.L. Wilkinson's All Nations Club debuted as a truly integrated team. Composed of white and black Americans, Cubans, Japanese, and more, the All Nations traveled together in a private Pullman car, and in 1913 won 119 of 138 games, behind the lightning delivery of John Wesley Donaldson, the smoke-throwing wonder. A clean-living lefty, Donaldson played most of his career on the barnstorming circuit, amassing at least 424 wins and more than 5,200 strikeouts. He was the perfect exemplar for black baseball's barnstorming era, a player whose abilities placed him in a league of his own at a time when there wasn't a league that would play him. That would soon change, thanks to one man's revolutionary vision. Born in 1879, Andrew Rube Foster emerged from his native Texas in the late 1890s to become one of the top pitchers of the new century. Midway through the 1902 season, Foster jumped from the Chicago Giants to join an integrated semi-pro club from Otsego, Michigan, his first experience playing integrated baseball. After continuing to play on integrated teams in Cuba, Foster felt integrated major league play was within his grasp. Shortly after seizing the Leland Giants, one of Foster's first moves was to take the team west, joining the